I don't know about if this will play out to be true, but people are concerned that there's cuts to NSBI funding. And there's no expertise at NSBI under the old system. And maybe they bring in some consultants who can help, but the reality is that NSBI, this was kind of thrown on them from what I understand, that they're not ready. And the new incentive fund is just 7 weeks away, Mr. Speaker. Hard to believe that July 1st is just 7 weeks away. And you know, we're all making our July 1st plans. Myself, I'll probably be on my walking behind my float in the Westville Canada Day Parade. Yeah, my float. And meanwhile, we're making happy plans. But the people in this industry are not making happy plans. The people in this industry are staring down at a doomsday of July 1st. And who can make it all happen? Who is going to wave the wand to make all this happen before July 1st? We haven't seen it yet. We've seen a series of bungled attempts to state what everyone thinks they understood. I'm not sure how many press releases it took last week to talk about to get the digital industry where they are, and where they are is with a non-capped refundable tax, pretty much where they were in the beginning. I don't know if the members of this House know how many different press releases it took, and how many scrums, media scrums it took, and how many different fact sheets it took. It took a lot. It took a lot, and it caused a lot of confusion. 7 weeks before the due date here, we haven't seen any draft regulations, and I think my colleague from Cumberland South said it best when he said there's probably somebody somewhere in the bureaucracy hastily trying to cobble together some regulations, trying to meet some deadline they were given, and pull it all together. And I don't know. I wouldn't want to be that person, and I'm sure there are times when maybe they wish they weren't, because it's unfair. It's unfair to try and restructure an entire industry in this amount of time in this manner. It's just unfair, Mr. Speaker. Let's not do it. Let's not push it along. Let's sit back and see if we can fix it. Now, for the digital part, it's essentially took since April 9th to tweak what was already in place. Since April 9th. And here we are today on May 11th. That's just for tweaking of the digital. Now, how do you extrapolate that window of time out to changing and restructuring the entire film industry? The digital and animation work is more labor intensive. Film and screen is much, much more complex. I don't know if you've heard the expression about biting off more than you can chew, Mr. Speaker. But I think what's happening here, what we're watching, is we're watching more than a person can chew be bitten off. And there will be consequences. There will be consequences. And I am worried about the consequences. Now, when you stand back, and I think about where I started with why are we here? Why are we here? Ask another question. How can anyone seriously think that they can create a new system in the face of an expertise vacuum on the government side in just 7 weeks. How in the world can anyone think that that's going to work just fine? I don't think it is. I don't think it's going to work just fine at all, Mr. Speaker. So I ask, what's the rush? Why are we here? How do they think this is going to happen? And we'll go to what? What is the rush? Is it just a save face exercise? You put a date down and now we're going to stick to it and we're going to go for it? That would be an awful shame, Mr. Speaker. That would be an awful shame if this is just merely about egos. When you look at what's happening to an entire industry. And when you think about the Premier's comments that nothing has changed, the 24 million is still there, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed this year, he says. He's wrong. A lot has changed. And if we're going to get out of this mess, and if we see value in that industry, which we do on this side, if we're going to demonstrate to the industry that we see value in what they bring to Nova Scotia, then we're going to have to sit back and create some thorough, sensible regulations. And that's going to require some consultation. And I would submit that consultation should be done before we put this through. Let's take the motion and move the date out and allow for time to consult. And allow for time to consult before we push this through. Because what's on the table is pretty scary in terms of pulling it all together, making a thorough, sensible plan, creating regulations. I would have thought maybe there'd be a bit of discussion over the regulations. Maybe there would have been a lesson learned here. Something that the government put down didn't work for it. The Premier said, this works for us. Didn't work for the industry. Result in chaos of scrambling for meetings and hours at a time. Some of these meetings 2-3 hours at a time. In a chaotic, stressful, panicked environment. Nobody wants that. Nobody, no Nova Scotian wants to have to deal with their government on trying to work towards a better future in a panicked, stressful, chaotic environment. Governments should operate methodically and thoughtfully. So I hope this motion passes. I hope we push back this date so we all have an opportunity to do just that. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how much time I have left. 44, thank you. The issue we have before us today is that I want to see this industry thrive in this province. And I believe that this industry can thrive in this province. And if I doubted it for a second, just to walk through the crowd out there, a discussion with people in law amendments, gave me hope and optimism for this province, for this industry. Because the quality of the people, the quality of Nova Scotians, is superior to other jurisdictions. I don't want to give up on those people. I don't want to send those people to other jurisdictions. And I am gravely concerned that what's happening before us today will do just that. If we push this through today without even a second glance at that date, if we send a message to those Nova Scotians today that we will not pause, we will not consider what you say, that we do not see value in your industry, That's not a message that I'm comfortable with. And the only way we can vote no on this motion is to try and say, we do see value, but we need you to adapt. We need you to change. And hopefully you'll rise again. And when I listen to the stories of the productions that were being negotiated, that may or may not have come here, but that we had a chance to land in this province, that are on hold, or that are saying, call me back when we see how this unfolds, or we're not sure if we want to operate there. It makes me sad, is what it does, Mr. Speaker. It saddens me, because in this province, we need some good news. And this is an industry that brings in money, and I see that as good news. It's an industry that brings in confidence, and I see that as good news. And it's an industry that we should be working to attract more of, not less of. So I hope that today, in the face of the facts, the government decides to stand back and take a look at just the date, if nothing else. Let's just look at the date as to when the transition happens. If you're so convinced that the new plan is that much more effective, if you're convinced of that, then just at least look at the date and push the date back, because it's only the fullness of time that will tell us whether the new incentive fund is more effective. It could be more effective. It's only time that will tell that. But what we do know today is we have an effective system now. So if you're going to go from something that you know is effective to something that may be effective, you're going to accept those unknowns. And we can accept unknowns, but we accept unknowns in the face of facts. We accept unknowns in the face of research. And then we decide whether to proceed or not. And in this case, the change was not based on facts. We're not sure what it was based on. It was based on maybe a gut feel, I don't know, maybe by somebody in the department. Who said this is a place we can save $24 million. We just have to get rid of this tax credit, and we just have to get rid of that $100 million that it brings into the province. But we can save that $24 million. And that's not solid decision-making process. And now we know the flaws of that decision-making process have been exposed. So today, we can each make an informed decision. And at some point today, we will all stand in our place. And we will all individually say, hit pause or hit the throttle. Myself, I will be standing in my place, and I will be saying, hit pause. Change the date. And I hope I have a great amount of company in that suggestion today, because the alternative to hit the throttle is a fool's game. And we will pay a price for it as a province. We will all be losers if that's the decision that's made today. And so will our friends, and so will our families, and so will our communities, and so will our children. And maybe their children, because we're on an upward path in an industry that took years and years to build a positive reputation of. People in this industry the world over know the quality of the people we have. They know our work ethic. They know that we're innovative. They know we're entrepreneurial. And this piece of legislation can cast a shadow over all of that in one foul swoop. And why? Based on what facts? Looking at the Price Waterhouse report there to Canadian Media Production Association. On the memo that may have been used to make this decision, we don't know. We've never had an answer on how this decision came about. But it may very well have been the memo. It's one that we uncovered just last week, I think, this memo surfaced. And it said that that memo, which may have played a significant role in this process, underestimated the labor spending in the province. Labor spending in this province is a good thing. It overestimated the amount of the tax credit funding per production dollar spent. Overestimated that. But it underestimated the tax revenue from the labor spending. Those words jumped off the page at me because I know that that's a fact, because I asked about it in public accounts and I asked about it in estimates. And the analysis wasn't there to support the answers and non-answers that were coming back. Price Waterhouse did a little deeper dive there, and they reached the conclusion that it underestimated the tax revenue from the impact of labor spending. Now, I have to believe that was the whole foundation of the whole discussion of making changes to this, and it was flawed. It was deeply, deeply flawed. Mr. Speaker, I wish I had about 3 more hours today. I haven't had near enough time to talk about this bill. But I will finish where I started. And I would ask every member of this House to ask themselves, why are we here? And I would ask every member of this House to ask themselves, as they make this decision and as they vote on this, whether they are making a vote that's in the public good. Because this bill, specifically Clause 21, is not in the public good, because it's been hastily crafted and just bulldozed through the process. So one last olive branch, one last opportunity to show that we care about this industry enough to hit pause and take a meaningful look at how we want this industry to grow in this province, or not grow. I will be voting to put a plan in place for this industry to grow. I will be voting to support this industry, and I hope I'm not alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have an opportunity to rise in my place this afternoon to speak to this amendment that has been brought forward by the official opposition and the leader of the official opposition. And I want to start by saying that I support this amendment, and members of the NDP caucus, we are certainly in full support of this amendment. This is a good amendment and a reasonable and a sensible amendment. And you know, for that reason, we certainly will support it. And I'd like to speak to more to why this is a supportable amendment. As we know, Bill 108, the Financial Measures Act, has this clause in it that would eliminate the film tax credit effective the 1st of July. And, you know, this particular amendment would would change the date to March the 31st, 2016. And it would give the industry and the government additional time to work toward, you know, to have a transition that would be somewhat smoother, and to work toward a resolution that would attempt to stabilize the industry, prevent any additional harm than what has already occurred, and really engage, I would hope, in a conversation about the value of the industry to the province of Nova Scotia, both from an economic and a financial point of view, but also from a point of view around the arts and culture, which I think is equally important to have a discussion around, and to, I think, repair some of the very serious harm that has been done in the relationship between a whole sector and its government. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think one of the things that most concern me is the fact it's not just what has been done to the industry, it's how it's been done. And what that means then for the citizens and the members of this industry in terms of their trust for government. Probably not confined to this government, but for anybody who would end up in government, once you're really worked over in this way by a government, you don't have much trust in maybe the whole process, or anybody really becomes suspect. And that concerns me as somebody who does believe in this system, in this process. I wouldn't be here, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't have some measure of belief in the system that I actively engage in and have for quite a number of years. You know, just as an aside, Mr. Speaker, I love my job. And the things that I love about this job are I love the fact that I constantly meet new people I've never met before. But I think the other thing about my job that has always been just phenomenal is that I learn new things every day. And as a member of this legislature, during this whole debate and process around the film tax credit, I have learned so much more about this industry than I have ever known before. And I know I still have a lot to learn. It's very complicated. It's a complicated industry. And, you know, I reflect back on my time in government when the pulp and paper industry went into a serious slump and a real crisis. And Mr. Speaker, you probably would remember this very well. We had 4 paper mills in the province that all, you know, had large numbers of people employed in them and are very expensive propositions. Pulp and paper are expensive propositions or businesses to operate. They're highly technological, and the technology keeps changing, and the cost of just one paper making machine in a paper plant is really phenomenal. It's, you know, over $1 million, and that's just for the machine. It doesn't go for all of the bells and whistles that are required to install and then to maintain such a piece of high technologically advanced equipment. But let me say that during that crisis, I learned so much more about an industry that I had kind of, I admit, a really simplistic understanding of. You know, I grew up near the pulp mill in Port Hawkesbury, Nova Scotia, and my dad didn't work at the pulp mill, but he worked not that far from the pulp mill when there was a refinery, an oil refinery in the Strait. And, you know, we used to go, Dad used to take us to his place of work quite often when I was, you know, a young child. And we would drive past the pulp mill, you know, and you'd see the pulp mill all the time. It was I knew lots of people who worked at the pulp mill. And I kind of thought, wow, the millions of dollars that are associated with that pulp mill for X number of jobs, I have to admit there was a time when I wondered if that was a good investment or not. It just seemed like an awful lot of money for a very few jobs. But then when I was in this place and those mills were in crisis, I learned a lot about all of the diversity and the complexity of that industry that I never understood before. The number of sawmills that are associated with most of the mills that take waste from the mills. The number of people who work in the silviculture industry and in the harvesting end of that industry. The people who are involved in the shipping and the trucking industries. Suddenly, an industry that to me seemed simple, very relatively small, very expensive, I suddenly got new information about this industry. And I found out what it contributed to the GDP of the province and how many people really did rely economically on that industry and what the loss of just one of those mills might mean in a community in terms of the economic impact and the human impact. And I saw and learned things I didn't know before. And it made me realize that probably in pretty much any industry in this day and age, there's a very sophisticated supply chain that services any sector. A sector encompasses much more than what you see as the major or core activity of an industry. And you know, it's probably not a good thing to draw parallels between the pulp and paper industry, which is not a clean industry, and the film industry, which is a very clean industry. But I can't help but think in the last number of weeks, as I learned more and more about this phenomenal sector, the diversity of the sector, the complexity of the sector, the breadth of the sector, the kind of supply chain that exists if you want to use that kind of business lens to look at a sector, that there are some parallels. The film, the set you see and the crew you see on the day that the production is happening is such a small portion of all of the activity that contributes to that industry. That might be the kind of exciting stuff that you feel when the film crews are in your neighborhoods and you see the orange cones and the streets are shut down, and there's a rumor that Juliana Moore or Tom Selleck or somebody like this is in your neighborhood. Everybody is excited and hoping to get a glimpse of that big name person who you see on the silver screen. But the reality is that there's so much more that goes on before that person ever arrives on set. And there's so much more that goes on after that person leaves set to make those days or hours turn into the kind of productions that we all enjoy. So it is a complicated industry. And what this government has done is it's taken the business model for that industry in the province of Nova Scotia and it's turned it upside down and it expects the industry to adapt in an unreasonably short period of time. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, that, and I should welcome you, Mr. Speaker, to the chair.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Speaker, I know that on the government side, there are many people who operate businesses and who are business savvy and who wouldn't for one moment like to have done to them and their industry, the businesses that they are involved in, done to what's being done to the film industry. And I speak to them, I plead with them to really reflect on what I'm saying, to think about, shortly you're going to have to vote on this amendment. And please, think about how you're going to vote on this amendment. Please, think about what it is you're asking this sector and this industry. And ask yourself, is this really fair? Is this a fair thing that we're asking of this industry? And also ask yourself, why? Why is your leader and the members of Executive Council putting you through this? I know you're not having a good time. You can't possibly be having fun. So why are they putting you through this for what it will amount to be probably, I don't know, 10, 12, $14 million out of a $10 billion budget? Like, it just, Mr. Speaker, it just doesn't make any sense. I haven't quite been able to get my head around just about any of what the government is doing. But I also want to point out to the members before they vote on this important amendment. I know that you've been told that these steps needed to be taken. They needed to be taken because the province is on the precipice of some financial meltdown, which isn't true. I was reminded yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the member, the leader of the opposition, when he spoke about actually how we are a wealthy province. And we are indeed a wealthy province in many respects. It doesn't mean that we have no financial challenges. We do. However, the challenges that we face have been exaggerated. And Mr. Speaker, I want to remind members of the government side, in case they have forgotten, but in the budget that was passed was a restructuring fund that has been unallocated. It's not earmarked for anything at the moment. It's a restructuring fund that government dips into to deal with various issues and problems as they arise over the coming year. The restructuring fund in this budget, the unallocated restructuring fund, stands at $200 million. So there is a solution to this problem. There is a $200 million unallocated restructuring fund that is there for restructuring. Seems to me that now might be a good time to dip into that fund and work with the industry so that irreparable harm is not done by the provisions of the Financial Measures Act. You know, if the amendment in front of us were to pass, the government would have that period of time to work with the industry to do the proper analysis and to arrive at a much better plan than the one that currently the path they appear to be on at the moment. Now, that $200 million has money in it for wage contracts, for negotiations that are yet to occur with the various employee groups employed throughout government. I've heard the Minister of Finance say that a 1% increase in wages across the board is worth about $50 million. So, given everything that I've observed in this government so far, I'm kind of seeing signals that the government is looking at perhaps imposing 1% increases. So that would be $50 million out of the $200 million. That would still leave $150 million in that fund. Now, I don't think the film tax, the screen industry, they're not looking for $150 million. They're looking for something that will allow them some stability to transition into a different model. I look at the Broughton report. Laura Broughton, former Liberal cabinet minister from Ontario, now the head of Nova Scotia Business Inc., was hired by the McNeil government to do a tax review for the province. And we have that report, that review, and although there are quite a few things in that review that I have some serious concerns around, like dropping the corporate tax rate and increasing taxes on middle income earners, and reducing or eliminating the tax bracket for people who make over $150,000 and giving those folks a tax break, but not a tax break to people who make, let's say, $45,000. One thing I think that Ms. Broughton did actually get right in her tax review was what she had to say about the film tax credit. And she didn't say a lot about the film tax credit, but when I read what she did say, it's clear to me that she started from the premise that the Premier had made an election promise to extend the film tax credit for 5 years. And so she said, she took the Premier at his word. And she said, okay, over the next 5 years, as that tax credit should be sunset. There should be kind of a sunset process. And over that time, government should work with the industry to develop a transition so the industry could adjust and look at the kinds of supports and tools that would be required to allow the industry to grow as a sector. We have had, I don't know how many kinds of arm's length economic panels look at our economy and the fact that our economy has grown more slowly than every other province for the past 20 years or so. Every one of those panels pretty much recommend that whatever government is in place take a sector approach to growing the economy, to addressing this slow growth in our economy. And they say, you know, what you're going to do in one sector is not going to be the same as what you're going to do in another sector. What you do in the screen sector is not going to be the same as what you do in the manufacturing sector or in the tourism sector. And in fact, within the screen industry, perhaps you don't treat all of the different diverse entities of that sector identically. You develop tools that are appropriate for animation, for digital, for television and film production. You look at the kinds of things you need to attract investment to the province. At the same time, you look at the kinds of investments you need for Indigenous production. You know, so you have a really well thought out plan and a basket of options for the industry so it can grow and prosper. You know, I don't think there's anybody in this house on either side of this house that doesn't place a lot of value in our own stories being told. I know that. I know that members of the government side, you know, are really very supportive of the cultural industries and the telling of our own stories. And I know that members of the government side would also be supportive of investment coming into the province. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm puzzled by the Premier. I'm puzzled by comments the Premier made just outside this chamber, no more than a half hour ago or so. You know, I listened to the Premier in the media scrum, and the things that I thought I knew about the government's decision-making, all of a sudden I realized I have no idea what this man is talking about. It was like listening to somebody speaking a foreign language that I don't understand. I heard the Premier say, Mr. Speaker, that this industry has no economic benefit to the province. I heard that. Now, perhaps that was a misspeak. I sometimes, in the passion of speaking, jumble up my thoughts and my words. But I was gobsmacked when I heard that. You know, no economic benefit. You're kidding me. You know, we don't have up-to-date information on the economic benefit to this industry in our province. I concede that point. We do not have up-to-date information. What we have, though, is information from around 2008, when there was an arm's length economic impact assessment done by a very credible body of economists who told us that at that time there were 2,700 people directly employed in the industry, and it was worth $130 million to the provincial economy. That's not exactly chump change. And those jobs, on average, I believe, in the report, said they were like in the $50,000, $55,000, $58,000 a year range. So that's back in 2008, and probably working with data that might have been a year or two old. Okay, so we're a number of years beyond that, and Mr. Speaker, common sense doesn't tell us that the industry has gotten smaller in the last number of years, or that, there's been some kind of a dramatic change and a retreat. If anything, we've seen more production. And we have seen, I think, in the industry, I believe I heard someone say, we have seen some change in that the film component might be down, but the TV component is up. And we see, lots of production happening here with the expansion of cable networks. It has given us tremendous opportunity, I think, to have an industry like this in our province go out there and really present some of the most heartwarming stories and the most beautiful kinds of pictures of our province and thoughtful, high-quality work. Mr. Speaker, I must say, I went to Screen Nova Scotia. They had an award evening, their first annual awards gala at the casino 2 Saturdays ago. And what an amazing evening that was. And they had, it was much like the Academy Awards in some way, but maritime style, they had all of these different categories of people who were nominated, as people who are sound people, or people who are the camera people, people who are producers, people who, of course, are the actors. It was just an amazing night. And for every category, they had these big screens, and they would show you, here are the 5 nominees in this category. And I have to tell you, I was sitting there, I thought my face was going to fall off, because every muscle was smiling all night for however long I was there, probably 2.5 hours. And the quality of the work, it was like being probably at the Academy Awards. The quality of the work in our province now is so outstanding. It really made, I think, everyone feel so proud and so uplifted. We are not second rate in any way, shape, or form. And we need to take, I think, our rightful place in this industry and be producing here in our province these great stories. And not only stories about ourselves, although I love stories about ourselves, but some of the work that's being done, you would never know it was shot here in Nova Scotia, but it's just beautiful, and it's thoughtful, and it's of very high quality. The Premier in the scrum earlier today said every other province is changing their film tax credit. And Mr. Speaker, that's just not accurate. He implies, I suppose, when he says that all of the provinces are doing what Nova Scotia is doing. That's wrong. That's just plain wrong. The province of Manitoba has just actually expanded their program. They're hoping to steal away from Nova Scotia production opportunities. And I hear my colleague from Truro Bible Hill, Salmon River, Millbrook, say that they're going to, and no doubt they will. So this is, I think, very concerning. If I could have one wish granted to me today, I would want this amendment to pass. If I could have 2, I would want this amendment to pass, and I would want the Premier to stop spreading misinformation about this industry and about this film tax credit. The Premier also said that it was up to industry to provide information about where the money is going. Now, I find that very troubling, that at the 11th hour, on an issue that has raged on for a number of weeks now, the Premier of our province would stand outside this chamber and kind of put the onus on the industry for the bad decision that the government has made. That is not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that members of the government side recognize that that's what occurred and that that's what that's all about when you make your decision to vote on this bill. And I know that most of those members were here in the chamber when this went on. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not making this up. I was there with a number of other people, including the media, and we did see this. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take much more of the House's time in speaking on this amendment. I think I've made the points that I really wanted to make about this particular clause, and I would urge all members of this House to think about supporting this particular clause and doing the right thing for this industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too would like to say a few words about the recommittal of this bill of reconsidering Clause 21, which would make the new film industry tax credit effective July 1st, 2015, and I'd like to speak in favor of removing this clause out of the bill. I think, and I know that in other moments and other debates we've talked about the speed of government versus the speed of business, and in relationship to the Tourism Act, that the Tourism Commission would be able to operate at the speed of business, not at the speed of government. And what we have here, I believe, in this act is we have government moving at the speed of Hollywood, and we're very familiar with how in a movie you can have flip ahead 5 years in a moment and then maybe flip back. And it was only last November that this government brought in an amendment in Bill 46, amended the Film Tax Act, and said that it would be in place for 5 years. And now, just a few short months later, those 5 years seem to have gone by, and here we are, and it's being amended. And if you look at Clause 21 in particular, there's 3 sections to it, section 1, 2, and 3, and if you read Section 2, it gives you what really at first glance is just very difficult to read material, but it says subsection 47 2A of Chapter 17 is enacted by the Chapter 6 of the Acts of 2005, and then refers to an Act from 2006, and an Act from 2007, and an Act from 2008, and finally in Chapter 33 of the Acts of 2014. In other words, 2014 was entirely this Liberal government's year. Anything that happened in 2014 was this government's bill. And further in Section 3, it refers to Chapter 33 of the Acts of 2014 and striking out a couple of the dates in it. So it's this government's former bill that is being amended, and which I think you need to reconsider and slow down. And I would like to speak for a few moments on behalf of the film industry, and I know my colleagues have drilled down into this at length, and I would just like to sort of give you my perspective on why the wrong thing is happening and why you need to change it. And much has been Much has been said about that. We've seen in law amendments, there's been tears on the table. There have been many personal stories. I know that I heard a rumor that even Tom Selleck was in Nova Scotia long enough to qualify for the film tax credit, and maybe there was an attitude that some people were getting that tax credit that didn't deserve it, and maybe that was underlying the motivation. But in reality, the people who came to law amendments were ordinary Nova Scotians in this film industry with a lot of talent and a lot of heart, who are working for not very much money, by and large, from what I could see, and felt their livelihood was on the line. And the idea that we should reconsider this and slow it down is something that I would like to advocate for. What happened, I think, in the process was that the government didn't really understand how important the fact that it was bankable to the industry, and I would like to explain that for a minute, and I believe it's even addressed slightly in the PricewaterhouseCoopers letter we all received today. But if you think about the film industry, and if you're a film producer, you've got, what assets do you have to go to the bank to borrow the money to make your film happen? You've got your camera and your script and hopes and dreams, and really not a lot else. And most other businesses and industries have a little bit more assets to go to the bank with. And I know in farming we have too, and it's still not easy in farming. The bank wants to be able to assign something, to put something into the documents that they can get back. And the film tax credit was something that they knew would come back to them at the end of the production. So if there was X amount of dollars spent on labor, there would be that money coming back. And I'm sure that these film producers, when they went to the bank to get borrowing, would assign that film tax credit back to the bank. And it was something that allowed the bank gave the bank a hard piece of security to go forward with. And the changes in the film tax credit lost that sort of bankable aspect, and that was very critical to the industry, and is also the reason why, whether this is a hard cap or soft cap, I know we've talked about that, was so important to the industry. And if it was a hard cap, in other words, if there was $10 million there, and when the $10 million was gone, the project, it was gone, then the bank couldn't really assign that money, because they wouldn't really know if this particular project would be in before the $10 million was gone or after. If there was any doubt at all, then it was no longer something that you could assign on a document. And this is the issue. And if it's a soft cap, they know that if there was $12 million worth of projects claimed that year, the bank could be reasonably certain that they would still get their money back on loaning the money. And I just think that it's sort of unfortunate the way this is all folded out. This industry is an industry that is engaged young people and very creative people. I mean, we've talked about that at length in this House, how valuable it is to the province. We've talked about how once it's gone, it's going to be doubly hard to bring it back. That if we let it slip out of our hands now, it will be we will have a hard time pulling it back in, just as we've seen this government struggle with the Nova Star ferry, that once a ferry's been out of operation for 4 years, to bring it back is doubly difficult. And I believe that is true with this film tax credit. Once this is gone, it'll be doubly difficult to bring it back. We've seen that what we have developing in the province is sort of this critical mass of talent that has been so successful. And we have a lot of young people coming to Nova Scotia because of the film industry here from other parts of the world, which is something that we all know we desperately need, that immigration of bright, creative, talented young people. We know we have a lot of our school system, our post-secondary school system, responding to the presence of the film industry and beginning to provide courses that would allow that film industry to move forward. I know that some of you may not have heard this, but this part of it, if you've missed part of law amendments, but in law amendments we drilled down into a letter by Sean Pillar, Lloyd Segan, and Scott Shepherd, and my colleague drilled down into this a little bit, but the last page of that letter said, a few years ago in New Mexico, a newly minted, well-intentioned government, fiscally prudent government, eliminated key provisions of their film tax credit and television incentive program. and their policy resulted in a devastating economic impact. Filming in the state all but ceased, and the ripple effect was felt by every business sector. In other words, by the hotel sector, by the automotive rental sector, by the restaurant sector, probably by the home hardwares and the building supply sector. All of these were felt. All of that unintended consequence caused the New Mexico to reverse their policy and actually create a more generous policy than they had. So the effect of it was felt, and I would predict that if this film tax credit goes through as it was, the effect will be felt. One of the things about the film tax credit is, too, that it is what I would call a sector-wide approach, and we've talked about it in this House often, how we don't want the government picking winners and losers, and a film tax credit, whether you're running a very small project or a very large project, if it's there and you can apply for it, the government is not picking a winner or loser or saying we're picking this film and that film, but not this one. It's sector-wide, and it's one of the things that's sort of become one of the mantras in this House, that we don't want to pick winners and losers. And I know that this is on the agenda of Invest Nova Scotia, this new board that is yet to really let us know what its mandate is, but let us know what its real focus is. But one of the things that we've been told is that Invest Nova Scotia is going to work on sector-wide programs, and the film tax credit, as it was, is what I would call a sector-wide program. So it's very unfortunate that we see this program sort of being chopped off at the knees. And one of the things that we can see from even today when we receive these letters from Screen Nova Scotia, which I know all of you received, was that from the point of view of Screen Nova Scotia, this came out of the blue. The messaging by the government, by our party, and I think by the third party in the previous election, was that we supported this film tax credit. By all three parties. I don't remember that being a subject of debate at all. The messaging as recently as last November in your party, in Bill 46, I believe it was that this was in place for 5 years. So from the point of view of ourselves on this side of the floor, from the point of view of the industry, this came out of the blue. It was unexpected. And one thing we know about industry is that industry needs to have some sort of predictability and certainty. And one of the reasons why I would speak in favor of this amendment is that it just slows this whole process down and allows there to be a little bit more time to be things to be negotiated. And right now, July 1st isn't really all that far away. We're halfway into May, and time goes very quickly. And there's not a lot of time for this new program to come into place. So I would suggest that's another reason why we should give it a bit more time. Another factor, which is really unfortunate, is that Film and Creative Industries Nova Scotia was disbanded, and some of that staff and talent have gone to NSBI, Nova Scotia Business Inc., but Nova Scotia Business Inc. wasn't really aware that that was happening until the day it happened, and they've been scrambling to sort of figure out how they're interacting with this film tax credit, or the new version of the film tax credit. So Nova Scotia Business Inc. isn't in a real good position right now to really adopt this. It would have been better, in retrospect, if Film and Creative Industries Nova Scotia was still in place and through the whole negotiation process and everything that happened had been there to provide their expertise and continuity in whatever the new program would look like. Another, and I know this is another thing which has been drilled down into, there isn't a serious, we need to have the economic analysis done. There's a lot of numbers floating around. Clearly the industry is very beneficial to the province. There's no doubt about that. It spreads its, and we had many different people speak to law amendments or speak to us as MLAs about their own personal involvement in that, and I've said this before in the House. I had a number of people who had very direct connections to the film industry in Kings North that I didn't realize, and even in there, and I know that in the city there's a number of connections to it. So it spread its web throughout the province and benefits so many different people in the province. But what is the economic impact of that? And we don't have that data. And there needs to be that data. And earlier today in the House, I showed a 2008 study on the harness racing in Nova Scotia, a $16 million a $9 million business with about a $16 million total GDP spin-off. And if it's worth in 2008 doing a study on harness racing at a $16 million total GDP, then it's certainly worth it in 2015 to do a study on the film and creative industry with probably somewhere in the vicinity of $100 to $150 million direct GDP, and who knows what the spin-off on that one would be. There's always a multiplier effect, and it's probably no different than the harness racing. It's near double on the GDP, so it's probably close to $250,000, $300,000 GDP on spin-off. It's enormously important to our province, and I know that everything gets politicized in this House, and it's us pushing back and the government's decisions, and it's not a pleasant thing to be told you've made a wrong choice, but I would like to suggest that there's nothing wrong with saying, okay, we're going to take a little more time and look like that, and maybe that is seen as a sign of weakness politically, but I would like to suggest that it's not. It's probably the right thing to do, to give this whole process a bit more time, and it will benefit the film and creative industries in the province. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, you want me to keep going? I would like to, okay, you want to go? All right, go ahead. I'll take my seat.
House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to stand for a few moments and speak to the amendment that we move the Financial Ministers Act back to the Committee of Whole House on Bills to consider a number of amendments. And of course, those amendments revolve around overall the film tax credit, but barring that is to try to move the dates, try to move the goal line on this one so that an industry can react. We heard from the letters that, of course, everybody received in their mailboxes earlier today that revolve around that issue. And I look to this especially. And I will table the letter, of course, which I think has already been done, but I'll table this as well. But the government's own bureaucracy is unable to accommodate the changes in such a short time frame. Nova Scotia Business Incorporated, the agency that has inherited new responsibility for screen industries, was given no notice for the provisions announced in the budget. As we speak, under enormous deadline pressure, NSBI is attempting to write guidelines for the new Film Production Incentive Fund. And then it goes on to talk about the serious shortage of meaningful data regarding the cost of the film industry incentive versus the economic return to Nova Scotians. And I'll table that. Well, I'll table that one once I'm done. I'll save it for a few moments. So the point is that even if the industry itself considers this whole fiasco to be wrong, which I think we agree with on at this point, that there's a whole bunch of issues here that don't make a whole lot of sense. Chiefly among it is the lack of consultation to an industry that was promised something not so long ago. And a lot of times we get ourselves into trouble about making promises that we can't keep. And as much as I don't agree with a lot of the things that Graham Steele talks about, but Graham Steele in his book does talk about promises at length of how governments tend to get themselves elected and then move on to have to break them and have to come up with a whole bunch of reasons of why they broke them. And in this particular case, I think what we find most troublesome is during the election, only a few days before the last election, the Premier stood and talked about expanding the film tax credit, talked about it, and we have it on video of him making that. We have a bill that was before the House last fall that expanded that, and then we have this happening during this budget process, which in most cases eliminates film tax credit, changes it in a whole bunch of ways that actually eliminates it, gets rid of Film Nova Scotia, or the in-house organization that takes care of these things. So, said one thing during an election, do something after. and not really have a good explanation for it. I mean, that's been I think, also the trouble through this process. I want to read a couple letters before I do sit down, because I think we're trying to figure out where this is all going to end. But I know from the scrum that the Premier had outside that he's not going to be entertaining any changes to the Financial Measures Act. He's not going to be entertaining any further work with the film industry. He's just going to brush it all off and pretty much saying the FMA as it stands is the FMA as it stands, that they will not be doing any further work. And you know, I think that's unfortunate, because to look at a scrum and see that those kinds of proclamations come out when the work of the House isn't complete, I think is always troublesome. Like I said, I'm going to read a few emails that we have to read to the record and introduce here as well. This one's from John Wesley Chisholm. He's the president of Arcadia Entertainment, and his letter says, putting the new back in Nova Scotia. For every complicated problem, there's an answer that's quick, simple, and wrong. Without consultation or even warning, government abandoned long-standing policy vetted and reviewed by all parties over years, and intervene in the tax credit system, an economic development strategy that the facts show has been sustainable, wealth-creating competitive advantage for Nova Scotia for over 20 years. Why? What was the problem that needed to be solved? Government told Nova Scotians that the film industry was unaffordable. They questioned the cost versus benefit of economic development in the creative industries. It is now clear to most everyone in the industry contributes substantially to the economy, life and future of Nova Scotia, yet in spite of all the effort in the last 2 weeks, or the last weeks, the government is still publicly representing the industry as a cost to Nova Scotia rather than a profitable, sustainable investment. It would be impossible to get right policy from wrong information. Government said it wanted to be market leader. Our position in the global market for knowledge-based creative industry, we are 2% of the Canadian industry, which in turn is 2% of the global market, which near perfect capital markets, we are price takers, not market setters. Any talk of a competitive leadership role is naive. The correct and prudent fiscal policy would be to be fast first followers, adjusting our rates up and down as our main competitor, Ontario, adjusts theirs. We can afford it because it returns positive net gains many hundreds of times the net investment. Government said they wanted accountability and transparency. There are good and bad economic development strategies. I believe in the superior of the risk-diversified, high-return, sustainable, wealth-creating TC system over pick-a-winner fund-style economics development that confirms to funding upfront, pits local industry against itself, and discourages innovators across the economy. In fact, discourages all Nova Scotians. Government said they had to do something. Intervention bias. This tendency to introduce changes that aren't necessary in order to feel and appear in control. Massive changes are being proposed where a small course correction was warranted. In Ontario, the same market and the same issues were dealt with this month with a small course correction. The province shrugged and got on with his work, and we should have done the same. Government whispers that someone is cheating, kind of. The whispers that all has been done to stop one or a couple of firms from gaming the system. Behind the scenes, this campaign is being used in the Liberal Party to keep MLAs and officials on side and to lead them to believe that they have secret information that justifies the reboot of the entire industry in the best interests of Nova Scotia. So what should be done? This is from, again, John Wesley Chisholm. The Nova Scotia film tax credit system is the greatest economic development success story in our generation. It's a sustainable, wealth-creating investment that's provided Nova Scotia with stable and growing returns through 20 years of change and challenging economic times. If we are to believe in anything, we should believe in this solid, risk-free, accountable strategy that has returned so much to Nova Scotia: wealth, life, and future potential. It's a system that works if innovation, improved quality of life, and self-sufficiency are the things that we want strategies like this to get us there. We should be celebrating this unique strategy and looking for other ways to ambitiously employ it, not destroy it. Put things back the way they were before the Liberals made this ill-advised, jet-propelled departure from their own mandate. Put the tax credit back in place. Put the Creative Industries Group and its development program back in place. Put the Arts Council back in place. It all costs nothing and contributes a lot. Let us all get back to work building and improving Nova Scotia. Then look at this example and see how we can be used in other areas of our economy to replace the old-timey, crony capitalist economic development mediocrity and boondoggles that has been so discouraging in a province ready to innovate and filled with an audacious sense of activist optimism for a better, faster, and more fun Nova Scotia in the future. I can't, you know, as much as I can sit here and wane on about these things, I can't say it any better than John Wesley Chisholm said it in that one email, that it was an ill-advised item, and simply it needs to be fixed. And we can't continue down this path of unsustainability because it just can't work. It can't work anymore. There are a number of other emails that I could table, but like I said, that one I think explains it the best. What's going to happen next, Mr. Speaker, is I probably will wrap up. We will ask for a vote on this. We'll probably ring some bells. The government members will vote against this motion because they don't want this to go back to Committee of Whole House to make those adjustments, because I think they believe in the same thing that their Premier believes in, or at least have been told something that they have to believe in. And they're going to vote against it, even though there are some cooler heads. As much as this industry has said, you know, just at least give us some better timelines than this. At least do that part for us so that we can adjust our industry. Those very simple things. But I know what the outcome of that vote will be. But I want to have each and every one of the members vote on record so that we know who's with the film industry and who's against it. So with those short words, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this amendment that would send Bill 108 back to Committee of Whole House to consider Clause 21.
Thank you. The motion is to recommit Bill 108. Okay. And 1 hour. Ring the bells for 1 hour until 4:43. Thank you.
Order, please. We will now proceed with the vote on the amendment to Bill 108 to recommit it to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills for purposes of reconsidering Clause 21. As we get ready for the recorded vote, I'll ask all members to remain absolutely silent until the conclusion of the recorded vote, and to please rise when your name is called and state with a simple yea or nay your vote. The clerks will now conduct the recorded vote on Bill 108 to recommit.
Mr. Caldwell.
No.
Mr. Churchill.
Nay.
Ms. Bernard.
No.
Ms. Regan. Monsieur Sanson.
No.
Mr. McNeil.
No.
Ms. Whalen.
No.
Mr. Glavine.
No.
Ms. Casey.
No.
Mr. McClellan.
No.
Ms. Mitledge Diab.
No.
Mr. Fury.
No.
Mr. Younger.
No.
Mr. Horn.
No.
Mr. Hines.
No.
Mr. Stroink.
No.
Ms. Arab.
No.
Mr. Delory.
No.
Mr. Koutsoudas.
No.
Mr. Ince.
No.
Mr. Farrell.
No.
Mr. Gordon Wilson. Mr. Rankin.
No.
Ms. Miller. Mr. McGuire.
No.
Ms. Eiking.
No.
Ms. Lones-Croft.
No.
Ms. Treen.
No.
Mr. Goff.
No.
Mr. Jessam.
No.
Mr. Irving.
No.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. McMaster.
Yes.
Mr. Dunn.
Yes.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Oui.
Mr. David Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Beliveau.
Yes.
Ms. Ann.
Yes.
Ms. Peterson-Rayfuse.
Yes.
Mr. Orrell.
Yes.
Ms. McFarland.
Yes.
Mr. Houston.
Yes.
Mr. Porter. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Lohr.
Yes.
Those against the motion, 28. Those in favor of the motion, 15.
Motion is defeated. We'll now resume with third reading of Bill number 108 with the Honorable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have an opportunity here in third reading to make a few closing remarks with respect to the Financial Measures Act, Bill 108. This is a bill that I've had a fair amount to say so far. And speaking in third reading, this gives me an opportunity, I think, to kind of summarize where I and members of the NDP caucus are at with respect to the concerns that we have about this bill. And Mr. Speaker, we have consistently expressed our concerns about the direction that the government is going in, and specifically the budget that has already passed this chamber. Mr. Speaker, probably one of our greatest concerns that we have raised over and over again is the impact on freezing the health budget on the people of the province. Mr. Speaker, health spending, as we know, in the province of Nova Scotia this year will only rise by $33 million. And Mr. Speaker, in fact, what we're seeing is a freeze and a cut to health care, and it's totally unacceptable. We have seen wait times grow for needed services. Wait times have grown for people waiting to get into long-term care. Wait times have grown for people who need home care. And this government has no plan, and they don't resource a plan to deal with that in this budget. And Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, we have seen the kinds of problems that are occurring in our healthcare system. A shortage of intensive care unit nurses, ICU unit nurses, critical care, as a result of this government's policies around health and the healthcare system. And we have also seen nurses having to be brought in from out of province. And so far, the cost of that is, for just 4 beds, $45,000 a month. So if you think about this going on for any period of time, let's say it goes on for 10 months, for 4 beds, it will be $450,000. It's pretty shocking, Mr. Speaker. So we know that the Minister of Health has in front of him a decision to make with respect to approving the budget of the District Health Authority, the new provincial health authority, and that this budget will include having to make cuts to services and activities in the health authority. We just don't know where those cuts are going to come. And the minister has been unwilling to say, and we're not sure why he's unwilling to say, and we're not sure what he's waiting for. Perhaps we'll hear about those in subsequent days and weeks as we leave this legislature. But, Mr. Speaker, we do know about a number of small cuts that have been made to small community-based programs that really operate on the more of the well-being side of our healthcare system, that provide needed services to people in our communities to keep them out of the acute care system. Organizations like the Nova Scotia Mental Health Association, the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Nova Scotia Division, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, the Eating Disorders Support Group, the Schizophrenia Society of Nova Scotia, the Healthy Minds Cooperative, People First. There are a large number of these organizations, and although the money that many of these organizations have lost is small, like for example $11,000 or $12,000 from the Eating Disorders program, to the people who rely on these services and what it is that they can do with a small amount of money is really much larger than the dollars itself. We already know, we knew coming into this House quite early on that the government had gone back on its promise to expand children's dental for another year as children in the dental program get older. So they will not expand on that as they promised. And we know that the district, well, the Minister of Health says as we promised, but the minister and his government promised to keep that promise of the previous government. So this is a government, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, who take the facts and they twist them. And we see it repeatedly. That is becoming the trademark, the brand of the McNeil government. The McNeil government's brand is to take the facts and stretch them and give them a different meaning, Mr. Speaker. And Nova Scotians are seeing that. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to help Nova Scotians see that. Mr. Speaker, the District Health Authority merger was supposed, the District Health Authority merger was supposed to save money. It was supposed to lead to savings. Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, what we have seen is that the District Health Authority budget last year, the merger actually cost money in the healthcare system. Several $million had to be spent for severance. And Mr. Speaker, a restructuring that was supposed to reduce senior management, we learned last week in public accounts, saw 9 new senior management positions created. 9 new senior director positions were created. And they're paid, Mr. Speaker, at very close to the VP band. So it's a bit of a shell game, Mr. Speaker, that this government has going on. But the public are not fooled by that. They are not fooled by that. And people in the system are not fooled by that. This bill in front of us eliminates the Department of Economic and Rural Development. And I'm not going to spend a great deal of time speaking to the elimination of the rural development part of this budget. I will focus on the elimination of the film and creative industries Nova Scotia office and the expertise that existed in that office to help us support and grow that industry. Wiped out with this particular budget and this Financial Measures Act in front of us. I have colleagues who represent parts of rural Nova Scotia who will do a fine job of speaking to the elimination of the rural development part of that department. And we learn as recently as today that people in the film industry who are still here and who are still trying to conduct business and who are doing everything in their power to keep their businesses going and make them successful cannot get the information they require from Nova Scotia Business Inc. because they are just not ready. They are not ready for any kind of a seamless transition from the old film tax credit to this new system. This new, very unstable, highly volatile, by the looks of things, system for many people. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something that concerns all of the members in this caucus. We have seen a complete comedy of errors with respect to the film tax credit. It has been a debacle of the first order. We saw a premier promise in an election to expand the film tax credit for 5 years, and then without consultation with the industry, with inadequate information from economic development or any reputable arm's length kind of assessment, and with no understanding of the industry, this government, this premier, broke his promise to the people. And I hear, I'm not going to go down those tracks. I'll let the member from Pictou West make his case, which he does very well on this, by the way. So we had a broken promise, and we had the disastrous 5 weeks we've spent here trying to understand what this government really were thinking and where they're going with this important industry. And Mr. Speaker, we have talked about this industry and its importance to the province. This is a vibrant industry. It is an industry that's a clean industry. It's an industry that recruits, retains younger people in our province, the very demographic we need to bring to our province and keep in our province. And it has so many other benefits for our province. So all we have seen is, from the government, we've seen a campaign of disinformation, a campaign to discredit the industry and people speaking in the industry, a campaign to confuse the public about how this industry really works. And, Mr. Speaker, there were times when it was fairly apparent that the government spokespeople on this didn't themselves understand how the system worked and were unable to explain how the system worked or why it was doing. You know, so it's been a frustrating time for members of the opposition and for members of the screen industry and for members of the public. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, because I know you're a very astute guy, and you are in contact with people in your constituency, just like all of us are here in this House. And you know that the concerns about the film and screen industry go far beyond people who are in the industry themselves. People in Nova Scotia are watching. People in Nova Scotia are concerned about jobs in the economy. People in Nova Scotia see this as a really important sector in our economy, and they can't understand why the government would kill jobs in any sector of the economy, but especially this sector. And chasing investment and chasing jobs and chasing young people out of the province is not something that people who voted for this government ever thought they were voting for, Mr. Speaker. And there's a lot of frustration out there on the part of the public about this whole issue. Now, I've heard the Premier say that they have no choice but to do all of these things. They have to go after those small few millions of dollars with the film tax credit, and they have to do this, that, and the other thing because healthcare workers get paid too much, Mr. Speaker. And he talks a lot about the increase in wages for people who work in healthcare and other parts of the public sector. But, Mr. Speaker, he never talks about the $380 million additionally that this government and other governments have had available on an annual basis to support those increases. He talks about the increases in expenditure. He never mentions the increases in revenue. That's a part of the communication strategy. So we have half of the story, half of the picture. We never really get the full picture or the full explanation from this government. Well, the Minister of Finance says, what is the 360? The Minister of Finance would know that 1 cent increase in the HST is $180 million. 2 cents is 360. Some years it's actually better than 360 on an annual basis. The revenue has grown by $360 million annually for the past number of years. So don't stand in this House and talk about the incredible pace of wage increases without giving people the full picture. And the full picture is a growth in revenue, a significant growth in revenue. Now, I hear the Minister of Energy, who we haven't heard a lot from on this particular issue. So maybe, I know the House hours are until 11:59. He'll have lots of time to stand up and contribute to the debate. So I'm looking forward to that. I may have more things to say myself at some point. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing that the government likes to talk about is the poor performance of Nova Scotia's economy relative to other provinces. And this is true. You know, it's just a fact. Those are facts that I pointed to at one point. as well, and things we need to be concerned about. That's why it's important to grow the economy. That's why it's important to invest in sectors of the economy with growth potential and that will keep jobs in the province and bring investment into the province. That's why the film industry is so important. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to table from a provincial outlook sheet for the province of Nova Scotia from RBC Economics for March of 2015. And I want to just read a little bit about what our economic prospects are according to RBC for this year and the following year. You know, the economists at RBC say the following: we expect to see growth become more broadly based in 2015 and 2016. The outlooks for exports are positive as demand from the U.S. continues to rise and the Canadian dollar remains weak. The Premier not so long ago talked about how our exports were up, and no doubt that's because there was an investment made at the Stanfield Airport to improve the runways there and would allow for more flights of the freight planes. You know, manufacturing activity is also set to pick up when shipbuilding work commences on the multi-year patrol ship contract with the federal government. This goes on to say much of the $3.5 billion budgeted for this phase of the national shipbuilding procurement strategy will accrue to Nova Scotian industry and should sustain a prolonged boom in manufacturing. So, Mr. Speaker, we listened to the Premier talk doom and gloom. We're collapsing under the financial weight of healthcare wages. But, Mr. Speaker, in fairness, when you start to source out all of the information, you actually get a much more complicated and slightly different picture than what is painted by the Premier, the Finance Minister, and members of the government. Now, Mr. Speaker, they have, I've noticed, members of their own backbench convinced of these facts that aren't facts. They have them completely convinced. However, I would say to members of the government benches outside of the Executive Council that you need to take the time not to read the speaking notes that you're given or the briefing notes that you're given, to do up the form letters to send to constituents, but really inform yourselves of the, well, the Minister of Community says.
Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I think it is very important for members of the backbench to look beyond the information that they're being provided by the government, and they inform themselves, take it upon themselves to inform themselves. Because the picture is much more complicated, and it's not as is often presented here, Mr. Speaker. That's all I'm saying. Some of the members may very well have done that already. I'm not sure. Well, the member from Timberley Prospect will have time tonight to stand up and talk. If we have several more hours to be here, we could be here until 11:59 debating this, if the minister from Timberley Prospect is okay with that. I'm okay with that. Absolutely, we can be here all night. So, Mr. Speaker, the opposition take our jobs very seriously. We recognize that people who come here to Province House with perspectives that differ from members of the government have a right to expect their representatives to listen to them, to understand their perspectives, and to offer those perspectives as part of the discussion and the debate that goes on in bills in this chamber. And I think most of us here on this side intend to do just that. It's a great privilege to be in this place. It's a great privilege to be in this place and to represent the interests of people from around the province and to give voice to their frustrations. Their frustrations, and they're frustrated, Mr. Speaker. They're frustrated that they feel they have a government that's not listening, and they're trying very, very hard to understand why members of the government benches haven't been able to see the problems in what the government is doing. That's all they're asking for. They're saying, like, surely there has to be somebody. There has to be at least one person on the other side who thinks that the past 5 weeks haven't been okay. You know, earlier today, I pointed out in the media scrum after the Premier spoke that, in fact, the government has $200 million in the restructuring fund. And that over the coming year, money will be used from that fund for a variety of things. One of the things money from that fund could be used for is collective bargaining with the healthcare workers, for example. Some of the money in that fund could be used for collective bargaining with the doctors as they go about renegotiating their doctors' contracts. And money in that fund is used for a whole variety of things. When government has the need to deal with problems that harm our province or harm people in the province. That's what that fund is there for. That fund was where where money for H1N1 came from when we had a pandemic that hadn't been anticipated or planned for. And all of the associated costs that came with that, $1 million for masks, Mr. Speaker. You know, I can't remember how many millions of dollars for ventilators at the IWK for infants, ventilators in our acute care facilities for people who might go into respiratory kind of arrest and need to be placed on a ventilator. So, Mr. Speaker, there is money in this government's budget to deal with the problems that have been created around the film tax industry. But there's no plan. The plan they have is not a plan for a healthy industry. And so this is of concern. So we have concerns about health care and the allocation of inadequate funds to deal with the real problems in the healthcare system. We have concerns about the elimination of expertise inside government, no film office with expertise to do what needs to be done. We have the whole problem that's being created by the elimination of the film tax credit. We have the elimination of the rural economic development part of the Department of Economic Development. This is a flawed piece of legislation for our province and for the people of our province. And so, Mr. Speaker, for that reason, I move that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following: therefore. Bill 108, an act respecting certain financial measures, be not now read a third time, but that it be read a third time in this day, 6 months hence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River to debate the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to support this motion to put this off, Bill 108, to not be read a third time, but in fact to put it off for 6 months. And the reason for this being that, as Screen Nova Scotia has so clearly said to us today, the July 1st, 2015 date is an unreasonable, unrealistic date and is causing havoc in the film and television industry. Projects have been put on hold, some have been cancelled. No one can restructure an entire industry on such short notice. It's not that it's difficult, it's impossible. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to discuss here what is the purpose of our film and television industry in the beginning here. What is the purpose of art to our society and to our province? The true artist, it is said, helps the world by revealing mystic truths. And these are the words on a piece of art by Bruce Nauman that is made with neon tubing and a clear glass suspension frame which hangs in the Philadelphia Museum of Art. And Mr. Speaker, the truth is that we know that from cave paintings and drawings from the Lascaux, France, that were 15,000 years old, created in 15,000 years ago in Europe, and also cave paintings by the Aboriginals in my home country of Australia that are 60,000 years old. There are paintings of animals, of spiritual beings, also of just simple handprints made by people at that time who put their hands up against a wall and painted around them. Why did they do this, Mr. Speaker? Was it because they wanted to leave an imprint about what and who they were and what their importance was in that moment in time? And what is the purpose of our film and television industry, of our arts, of our creative economy, if not to try and tell people a little bit about ourselves and about our place in the world today and in the past and in the future? So artists, Mr. Speaker, they put their work on display for everyone to judge, accepting a position of vulnerability for want of something important to say, and in the service of contributing to the common good. Artists bring people together by providing a forum for shared experiences. Artists challenge, they excite, they comfort and motivate people. And they don't learn their craft by reading about it in a book. They practice, they push themselves and their means of expression, and they execute, execute, execute. And let's be honest, these are exactly the same things that effective leaders do and effective governments do day in and day out. Which is why I have to say that I'm constantly surprised that the leader of the Liberal Party of Nova Scotia, who is now the Premier of this province, has proved to us over and over again that he simply does not seem to get it. He doesn't seem to get this industry, and he doesn't seem to get that in order to be a good leader, he really needs to be able to listen to the people and to weigh in good judgment what is the right way forward for our province and for various sectors. And we've heard over and over again how important this sector is to Nova Scotians. We've seen people come to the House, Mr. Speaker, thousands of people, 2,000 people or more, come and surround this House, telling us all of us, all 48 of us here in this House, how important this industry is to them. And not all of those people were artists, Mr. Speaker. They were people who support the arts, who support the filmmakers, who don't want this industry to be destroyed, who don't want to see it lessened, and who in fact would like to see it improved and to be made more of. In fact, why can't we improve it by addressing the fact that we need to have more films and television done in Nova Scotia? We need more plays, more music in Nova Scotia, and we need to export it to other countries so that people continue to come here and that our tourism is also improved. So it's legitimate to know and to think about what people used to do when they first started telling their stories. What did they used to do, Mr. Speaker? Yes, they made cave paintings, and yes, they danced. They danced and they expressed their joy of being alive. And through their movements, they told the story of the hunt. They told the story of hardships. They told the story of births and deaths, of marriages, of families, of genocides, even back in time. And without these stories that have been told and passed on, we wouldn't know what the history of our different countries were like. In Australia, the storylines and the music lines, the song lines of the Aboriginal people have lived on. And it was called the Dream Time. And the people have told many stories about the dream time and the fantastical, huge animals that used to survive and used to live there. And they attributed these animals with very special characteristics, with magical abilities. And the people of the country, the Aboriginal people, they relate to those animals and they relate to the land. And they believe that wherever they walked, because they were nomads, and they believed that you look after Mother Earth, you don't abuse Mother Earth, you don't use one tree more than once to make a canoe or something like that. You move on to another tree. And they believed that wherever they moved, the story began and life was started. So they relate to the mountains, they relate to the rivers, they relate to the lakes. And their people have names that are related to the land. And I would say it's the same here in Nova Scotia, which is why, for instance, we oftentimes hear from the Shubenacadie Indian Reserve, the Indian Brook, how sacred the Shubenacadie River is to them, and why, for instance, they care deeply what happens to that river. They care deeply about salt brine, perhaps, being poured into that river 9 billion liters a day for 3 years. They care about it because to them, they are the river. The river is them and they are the river. The bass in the river are them. The striped bass that they have been fishing for eons, for millennium, are them, are part of them. And if you go right across Canada, you will find that First Nations people feel that deeply and that strongly about the land and about their connection to the land. And that's the same all around the world with Indigenous peoples. And that is actually why, Mr. Speaker, I've always related to them, because as an artist, I understand. I get it. And it's a shame that our Premier does not seem to get it and does not seem to get how important this industry is for Nova Scotians and for us to be able to tell our story all around the world. So, as we know, people started dancing thousands upon thousands of years ago. And it's legitimate, I would say, to wonder why people on the fringes of survival would take the time to paint the walls. And they did, though, and these primitive cultures were not undone by the ravages of too much art and not enough hunting and gathering. And millennia later, here we are, where every culture continues to produce art. And I think that Bruce Nauman piece, the piece about the artist as a sacred being, is a very good example to explain why. This particular piece by Nauman is one of his better-known works, in a series in which he questions the role of the artist in society and his own identity as an artist. Another of his works is called "The True Artist is an Amazing Luminous Fountain." The words of this work's title are inscribed on a transparent, rose-colored mylar shade that is hung over a window. The viewer is then forced to look at the wording on the shade, and in so doing must reflect on the artist as the source of one's vision. But what the observer sees instead, however, is nothing but the outdoors. They see the outdoors through the artist's words. And so the same inscription has been hung around door frames, again suggesting that what it is to be seen beyond the words is actually what is already there. The artist is simply making more visible what is right in front of us, but often overlooked, and what we actually know deep inside, but fail to think about. These works remind us that great art is grounded in the everyday, and that historically, these various modes of art are a way of telling our stories and helping the populace to imagine themselves and look at their own lives. And it helps people to imagine possible worlds with possible people in them based on what they already know and what they already see and what they actually deeply need and want on a personal level. So if we didn't understand and appreciate art at a highly personal level, then we wouldn't have any use for it. And it would never have flourished throughout the ages as long as it has. It would have been extinguished long ago as an intriguing but immaterial experiment in the evolution of humankind. The historical practice and preservation of our art requires that it maintain an intimate connection to our earthly needs. And art has survived across time and societies purely because it provides insights that are not above us. They're not elitist images. They are things that we sometimes imagine, but they are directly aimed at us. The needs of that art, the needs that art satisfies, are those that allow us to all live richer and more reflective lives and to form stronger and more powerful social ties. So, why did our great-great ancestors paint animals on cave walls? Didn't they know that they were perfectly good animals lurking around outside? And the mylar shade in Nauman's luminous fountain piece suggests that a critical value of art is its ability to show us something, the ordinary outdoors, for instance, in a different light. It forces us to examine our feelings, our beliefs, our interests, our values, and not only in order to reveal great mystic truths, but just to uncover simple ones that make our lives special and worth living. Quite frequently, we share similar experiences and reactions to art as others do, and these emotional connections draw us closer together as a society. We hunger deep inside for these affinities because we want to share with others those things that give us pleasure and have meaning. We want to tell people about a movie we've just seen that we'd love them to see and say to them, you must go see this movie, it will change your life, it will make you think about things differently, or a play, or a piece of art, or a traveling exhibit. We want others to like the books that we like, for instance, so that we can both talk about it and take delight in the same experience. And that convergence of feelings and experiences builds communities, which is what we as a government should really be considering, and what we as a government, all of us together, should be focusing on to try and make our province a better place to live. If artists don't have anything special to offer people, then why would they create? Artists often ask of themselves, why am I an artist? What is it that artists do? What function am I fulfilling? A part of the answer is that the artist must have fun doing it and receive enough positive feedback that the effort seems worthwhile. However, assuming that one's purposes are noble, why do artists make art, and why do leaders even lead in the first place? The answer, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you from my own experience, is because we have to. Artists make art because we have to. We don't do it for the money necessarily. We do it for the love of it. We do it because there is something inside us that draws us on, that makes us want to produce, that makes us want to share our creative spirit with the world, with our community, with our fellow man. And we want to try and change and shape that world to make it a better place so that people can think about the things that they are doing and not just blindly rush along to their death. For what? What is the purpose of life? That's at the basis of what art is all about. Both artists and leaders have an irrepressible urge to make a personal statement that they consider to be important enough to express and share with others. These statements derive importance from the concerns that reside in everyday life. Exceptionally made articulations of universal concerns as contrasted with, say, for instance, rambling, fantastical musings of blowhards, which I wouldn't say there are any in this room, but I would say that in Shakespearean times and many different playwrights have oftentimes portrayed politicians as blowhards who go on and on and on and don't really say anything about anything, and they're actually sort of the butt of everybody's jokes in the plays. That's quite traditional. So, as in looking through an unusual pane of glass, a true leader and a true artist asks people to consider anew what has always been in front of them. The success or failure of artists and leaders many times hinges on getting people to think about a critical question at critical moments, when there are decisions about right and wrong to be made. Indeed, I believe that many cases of obvious misdeeds are traceable to a leader's inability to break through unreflective, self-serving, and mindless decisions instead of more thoughtful, self-aware, and compassionate actions. And in businesses, that would be called gross mismanagement if a business leader does that with a company. So, would I be calling the Premier's actions gross mismanagement on this file? I would have to say that I am certainly asking that question, and I ask you to ask the same question of yourself. Because when a politician has a choice to make, I think it's very important to ask oneself, do you want to be remembered as a person who injures the harmless or improves lives? Now, of course, behavior is easy to dismiss by saying, I was just following orders, or I don't make the laws, I just enforce them. However, the Premier cannot say that because he is, in fact, the leader making these decisions, and he is ultimately responsible for them. However, the Premier's cabinet ministers and backbenchers do have a choice. There's a scene, Mr. Speaker, from a movie. It's an American movie, but it's one of my favorite movies, called Saving Private Ryan. When the Americans come across a German position, they overcome it, suffering casualties as a consequence. One unarmed German soldier remains, and there are two options available, accompanied by strident discussion. The character played by Tom Hanks, the squad's commander, muses about how he wants to think of himself when the war is over, and he leaves it, in the end, up to his men to decide the fate of the German. They decide to release him. There are two items I'd say to note from this brief scene, Mr. Speaker. First, the commander was able to get his troops to reflect on their potential actions and what they might personally imply. And second, he allowed them to make the choice. Had he dictated the solution one way or another, then the men in his care would never have learned anything, since they would have just been following orders. Also, Mr. Speaker, there's a recent book that I read called Beautiful Souls, which talks about the courageous acts of ordinary, unassuming people. And these people, Mr. Speaker, are people who, despite the possibility of significant repercussions for disobeying orders, actually, they did the right thing, mostly by saving lives and relieving the suffering of others. We encounter choices all the time. We often see the tragic results of those choices when things go terribly wrong, as when, for instance, a preventable disaster, such as an oil rig exploding and collapsing in the Gulf of Mexico, occurs, No matter what the ultimate consequences are, people are always responsible for their own actions. But a great deal of blame for disastrous outcomes can be assigned to leaders who no longer seem to know what the right thing is and therefore are impotent in positively affecting the behavior of others, or in fact, in making the right decision. Sometimes they dig in their heels and they refuse to budge, no matter what is presented to them, what facts are presented to them. They've dug in their heels and they refuse to budge. There is a positive connotation to the fountain that I mentioned earlier in the work about the fountains, and I'd like to just return to that briefly. Fountains, Mr. Speaker, throughout history have often been major works of art, but they're also places where people congregate. Art cultivates exchange, social cohesion, and intimacy. And a leader's job is similar to that of a glorious fountain, to bring people productively and harmoniously together in a way that is exciting and fulfilling and improves the lives of people. We may never know what those cave drawings meant exactly to our human predecessors, but we do know this for sure. They meant something, or else they never would have been created, and they would never have been protected and preserved for 60,000 years. Perhaps these drawings conveyed the skill and courage of the hunt, perhaps the divine presence in nature that provided an ample supply of food, or thankfulness simply to be alive. Whatever they felt it together, and they built a unified community. I can't think of anything more profound than an activity that asks us to explore our priorities and values, to examine the kind of lives that we wish to live, and discover others' tastes and interests. And when we want to separate, what do? We send in the army. When we want to unite, we send in the musicians, the actors, the dancers, the creators. Just recently, Mr. Speaker, a Karachi-based ensemble that performs 700-year-old Sufi devotional music toured the United States. The group's mission was to introduce American audiences to a brand of Islamic traditional music and to build bridges between cultures that have had a hard time understanding each other through more conventional political means. When all else fails, Mr. Speaker, art survives. It survives because it addresses what is common to all of us, our shared humanity. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to end with some notes from a letter I received from a friend of mine who's in the industry, Janice Evans. She's a Nova Scotian producer. She works with her partner, Greg Jones, and they have a successful company here called Creative Atlantic. I met them at the Atlantic Film Festival one year, about 10 years ago, and we started talking about a television idea that I had for a TV series. And I then met them again at the Banff Arts Festival, where people gather from across the country and actually from right across North America to discuss ideas for television and film and animation shows. And Janice and her partner are doing well, but they're very concerned about these recent changes, and they don't know what this is going to mean for their company. Janice also works at the same time for another company, which is very successful here, a digital animation company, which is called Copernicus Studios. I'm sure many of the people here in our province house they know these people. Juan Cruz Baldassar is one of the wonderful men who have started that company, and he's been in talks about the discussions with the industry about the digital animation and where it's going. Now, Copernicus Studios business touches on every part of what the Liberal government says is the priority for our province: keeping youth and attracting immigrants. And last year alone, they brought over $4 million worth of new money into the province. And this year, they're on track to do even better. Their bright, young employees, close to 100 full-time artists, have been sourced from within the province and across Canada and have moved to Halifax to take up residence pay taxes, and hopefully raise families here. Some of them, Mr. Speaker, are from my hometown of Truro, and they just graduated from the Nova Scotia Community College from the digital animation, the digital animation program there. So they've also actively been recruiting and hiring employees from outside of Canada because they haven't been able to fill the demand for all of the animation projects that they're getting. So in the next month, for instance, they're going to be sending recruiters to colleges around the province and across Canada so that they can get new graduates and bring them to fulfill the jobs here. These are long-term, well-paying, full-time jobs. In short, Mr. Speaker, they're on fire. They couldn't be busier or more excited about their future, and they feel that the Liberal government had just committed to the film and video tax credit for the next 5 years. So they've started this process already, and they felt that finally there was going to be some stability, but then everything changed when suddenly in the speech to the Chamber of Commerce by the Minister of Finance, which they felt was an attack on their industry, and then after that, it was proved to them, in fact, that it was an attack on their industry. It was just the beginning. It was just the tip of the iceberg, and now they feel like they are in a horror film, Mr. Speaker. They say that they believe it's been proven that the tax credit is not a cost, that it's an investment, and that it has a huge return for the province. And I know, Mr. Speaker, we've all heard the numbers over and over again, but it seems like the Premier just doesn't seem to get it, because he keeps changing the story and the numbers keep changing as well. And now he's saying that he wants the industry to prove the numbers yet again, but he's not going to give them the time to prove it because he wants everything to change suddenly on July 1st, Canada Day. So they say that they have numbers, but they are constantly waging this battle of perception. They've heard the argument that the film industry is not a sustainable industry because it's so heavily subsidized. But as Janice says, let's be clear, the entire television industry is subsidized. Huge companies like Bell Alliant and Chorus are subsidized. Cable companies are subsidized. We would have no film and television industry in Canada at all, along with many other cultural industries, if they were not subsidized, and partly that's because of the huge influence of the United States of America. Our industry, Mr. Speaker, is not like other industries. The tax credit is a standard tool for financing projects. If you're in the game of film and television production, you have to compete, and the tax credit has to be comparable to the other provinces, or better. Otherwise, we're not going to be in the game anymore. I'm going to repeat that, Mr. Speaker. We will not be in the game anymore if we cannot compete. They thought the Liberal government was committed to being in the game, but apparently not so. And when the Premier keeps repeating that he's doing the same thing as in Alberta, I'm afraid he's not correct on that. Alberta doesn't have taxes. That's one thing. And for another thing, they are building a huge sound stage. So, Mr. Speaker, they have a huge sound stage coming their way. And guess what? There's going to be a lot of films and television being shot there. I brought in the film and creative industries to our Economic Development Committee not that long ago, maybe 8 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago. And the reason was because we wanted to talk about the importance of a film soundstage and having one here in Nova Scotia. Little did we know that not only was there not going to be any talk of any soundstage, but in fact they were going to gut the entire film tax credit, which makes it almost impossible for us to have any business here. How will we ever replace the people that are going to leave this province if this tax credit goes down? Make no mistake, it will definitely wipe out our industry in a heartbeat. What industry will replace this one? With the entrepreneurial spirit and the youthful brilliance? We can't anymore rely on just gas and oil, pulp and paper, fishing and traditional resource industries. We need more than that. We need the knowledge-based economy of the 21st century. We need the creative economy. We need the green economy, and we need young people. What better industry to attract young people to our province than the creative industries? Now, we all realize that the government has hard decisions to make to balance the budget. However, Janet and her partner feels that it would be very short-sighted to think that eliminating the tax credit or bringing it down to 25% would be a move towards that goal. They say they're not part of the problem, they're part of the solution. They bring money to the province, they attract young, brilliant talent, and they bring a return on investment. They're a growing, thriving industry. They're a success story, and they want to continue to shine for the province and for a government with a progressive, long-term vision. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say that with this particular issue, this government and your leader are not showing that progressive vision. And I think that it would be very good if the leader would take a rethink on this and do as we are suggesting and put this on hold for 6 months. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to rise and make a few comments about the bill and the FMA and why we need to reconsider this. A lot has been said about the film tax credit, and one of the oddities in the bill to me is the fact that in the very first there's the Corporation Capital Tax Act, and at the same time the film tax credit is being cut, there's a tax credit being given to corporations, and as I read it, that corporation tax credit in Section 4 is 4% of the taxable amount, or the lesser of 4% of your taxable amount, or $12 million. Well, to hit $12 million, you have to have $300 million taxable income. And actually, while we were in law amendments, the member from Dartmouth East told me there was no corporation in Nova Scotia that would hit that. And actually, I noticed in All Nova Scotia this morning that Emira has first quarter taxable income of $170-some million, and presumably the first quarter for an energy company would be maybe the best quarter. It's easy to see we just come through a very cold winter, but possibly they will exceed $300 million in taxable income and will trigger this. And I know that the Minister of Finance, I believe, will get a chance to speak to the bill at the end, and I guess I think that I cannot help but think that this is not in by accident, and it would not be put into the FMA if there was in fact no company that would trigger it, and possibly I've given an example of a company that will trigger it, and I think that it bears clarification. And at the same time we see, and I mean even if it's not $170 million by 4, it would be a $680 million taxable income, which would be in excess of $12 million tax break for one company. And I question that. And it's not likely that each of the next 3 quarters will be as profitable for that company, of course, but even if it's $500 million taxable income, then you've given an $8 million taxable tax break to one company at the same time that we've cut the film tax credit. And I just question the logic of that in this bill. And even if you're just looking at that page, you just go down to the very next item, subsection 5, Corporations Registration Act, and we've gone from charging a corporation for something here, which is not clear to me, but the bill is $36.30. It now reads $37.40. So we have a $1.10 hike in a fee in the very next line, and we've probably given a company, one particular company, possibly a $4 million to $12 million tax break this year. And if that makes any sense, then I need somebody to explain that to me at the same time that we're cutting, and I don't believe that has been adequately explained. And I guess I just would like that to be clarified at some point when someone from the government gets up to address this in the end. And I mean, and clearly, I don't believe that the Minister of Finance would be just playing with us and putting something in that does not apply to any company. So, and I've given an example, so possibly it does apply to that. And I just question the logic of that such a strong tax break is given to companies on the one hand, and we are dealing with the film tax credit that affects some 2,000 to 3,000 Nova Scotians directly, cuts into their livelihood, and that is being done, and that we have in this FMA 1,400 different user fee increases. At the same time, as I said, the very first article is one of, or the article number 4 is a multi-million-dollar tax break. Question the logic of that. A second thing that I question the logic of is Part 6 to 14, which is the Domestic Violence Intervention Act. And I question it simply because I don't see any financial measures aspect to those sections. And maybe I've missed that, but it's simply giving court judges a new power and also renaming that Section 6, and the rest, Section 7 to 14, are renaming justice of the peace or just changing designations. And I think it's unfortunate that this is in here, because if it's important to deal with domestic violence, then I think that should have been dealt with in a separate bill. And what the consequence of this is this really hasn't been discussed by any of us. I know it's our opposition's job to bring up issues. I mean, and maybe none of us have an issue with domestic violence intervention or judges being given new roles, but since there's no financial aspect of this bill, it hasn't been our focus. And what it effectively does is makes this an omnibus bill. In other words, a bill that is got other things tossed into it. And I know that at the federal level, there's been sometimes the federal government is criticized for making omnibus bills, but effectively you've made an omnibus bill here, because this is a section in the FMA that does not have any financial aspect to it, other than the cost of reprinting the articles and whatever cost there ultimately is in giving judges an extra power. And I think that it would have been better if that had been a separate bill, and our critics and whoever, it's been totally overshadowed by this film tax credit issue, and I think it would have been better if it was a separate bill that could have been dealt with in the House. And as I said, it's likely one that would have not had a lot of opposition to it, because clearly domestic violence is something that none of us wants to see allowed to go on. And if court judges need to have a power here, a family court judge, then we're in favor of that. But point being, it's not a Financial Measures Act. It doesn't belong in this bill, and it is something that would be worth having its own moment in the sun, so to speak, in this House in discussion. And in general, I think omnibus bills are not things that we want to see in this House. It's not just the right way of going about doing this. So I know it's a criticism of the bill, probably not really a criticism of the topic, just the fact that we didn't get the chance to really drill down into that topic. It's been overshadowed by the Financial Measures Act, by the film tax credit. My other comment on the film tax credit is sort of another little oddity in the bill, and that is that on the last page of the bill, there is the dates that these things come into effect. And when I first read that, I thought, well, what about the rest of them? Because there's effective dates for all of the sections of the bill, and there's a fair number that don't have an effective date listed. And of course, it came to me that the effective date of the ones that are not listed is, of course, as soon as the bill is passed. That would make sense. But the oddity is in that the last one, Section 7, is Section 15 comes into force as such a day as the Governor and Council orders and declares it by proclamation. And of course, Section 15 is the one that's been of debate by us in this House, which is the film tax credit. So in other words, the key article in here, the repealing of the Film and Creative Industries Act, does not actually happen until the Governor and Council declares it. So if there's any kind of a maybe there's a possibility that just doesn't happen, and we can go on and go on with the film and creative industries, possibly. But clearly, part of the logic of that is that it was recognized at some point that there was this, I believe, what's called the Eastlink Fund, which is one of the things that the Film and Creative Industries Nova Scotia Act had to deal with. So I think it's been The whole aspect of the film tax credit, I know I spoke to it earlier. I don't want to say a whole lot more. I don't know how to make it, and to say any more on it than we've said personally, or I've said personally. But I did want to bring up those 2 points about this bill. My disappointment that this has not been more adequately explored, the Corporations Capital Tax Act changes, and my sort of concern that these changes to the Domestic Violence Intervention Act were just tucked in here and really didn't get their own moment in to be kind of dealt with by the, I guess there would probably be some groups that would like to have addressed this too, likely, I'm sure. So anyway, those 2 things are of concern of mine, and I just wanted to express them as part of this motion to delay this hoist motion. So with those few words, I will take my seat.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I absolutely support the motion to hoist Bill 108, to postpone for 6 months so we can encourage real conversations. You know, the fact is, Mr. Speaker, a dialogue is supposed to be 2 ways, not just the one way. And unfortunately, what has happened to date, it has been one way, with the government telling the film and television industry that this is a take or leave it proposition. And that's not consultation, that's not dialogue. And I will speak on the film and television industry, will be the focus point of my discussion this evening. However, we know this entire budget, there are many, many areas that hit very hard on the hearts and souls of Nova Scotians in terms of their everyday living. The healthcare system is in crisis. There's no investments going to the healthcare system where they should. Long-term care beds are not going to be rebuilt as they were promised. As I sit in the House, Mr. Speaker, and I presented even, a paper fax that showed during the election in writing that the Liberals promised to follow up on the rebuild of Shoreham Village. And I will continually bring that to the attention of the minister and bring to attention just what he's doing to those seniors and their families and the life that they have to endure because of a broken promise, which is terrible, Mr. Speaker. And there's many other areas in this budget that we've talked over about many, many times in terms of program cuts to mental health, to Alzheimer's, eating disorders, youth programs, university cuts, basically slamming the door totally on rural Nova Scotia with the cuts and the increase in fees that we've seen, cuts in jobs, getting rid of economic and rural development and tourism, et cetera, et cetera. It goes on, Mr. Speaker. The area I want to focus on right now, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the film and television industry is with respect to the fact that we do know that a rash decision was made with little or no statistical research. That is no way to govern a province of Nova Scotia, any province. People have voted us in and given us the honor, and especially to those who have won government, to look after them and make the decisions with appropriate information and great thought and great consultation. And that has not happened. And what's going to happen, though, Mr. Speaker, is that this government is going to leave a legacy for itself of having one of the worst budgets in the history of Nova Scotia that affects people's lives and cuts jobs and chases our youth out of our province. Now, the study I'm going to refer to, Mr. Speaker, I will make sure that I table it at the end of my speech, because this is a study that was actually done on the Canadian film and television industry by an organization called Nordi City. And the information in this report has data information that goes back as far as 2007, right up to 2013. So there's current information out there with respect to the significance, importance, and economic spin-offs that are created by the film and television industry. So the government did not have to make their decision in a vacuum. All they had to do is do a little bit of research and do some consultation, and that information would have been provided to them. And it's very hard to believe that a decision of this magnitude that affects so many people and affects our entire province would have been made with such little research. Shame, 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 and without any consultation. So I'm going to go through some of the parts of this whole research and the information that has been obtained. And I'm just going to highlight some of the points that I do hope that the Minister of Finance and the Premier will take an opportunity to listen. It's very difficult to stand here knowing that the Premier has already told Nova Scotians through a media scrum today that he is not changing his opinion on this and has dug his heels in the ground. But I've been voted here to represent the people of Chester St. Margaret's and to represent the people of Nova Scotia, so I will take my time that I'm allotted to be able to go over these points and hope that one or two may make a difference. Thank you. The film and television industry has been an integral part of the social and cultural fabric of Canada for well over a century. As well as its indelible contribution to Canadian culture and society, film and television make a significant contribution to the Canadian economy. So this is not a study of just Nova Scotia. That we do know here in Nova Scotia has made a huge difference and has grown rapidly over the years. This is based on all provinces and what it has done for the Canadian economy, which means it has the same positive effects on our economy here in Nova Scotia. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's several different areas that the film and television industry impacts on our economy. The direct impact looks at the employment and the labor income and the GDP. Then, number two is the indirect impact. And this is where you see an increase in employment and labor income because of the industries that supply the needs of the industry. So, for example, that would be the truck rentals, the food and the beverage and the advertising. That's what you would call the indirect impact. So we have the direct and the indirect. The third impact from this industry is called the induced impact. And this refers to the increase in employment and labor income and the GDP that can be attributed to the respending of money in our economies. So it's not the initial spending, it's the re-spending of money in our economy. And then you put those together, Mr. Speaker, and you have the total economic impact from the film and television industry. So those key areas have to be added together. Direct impact, indirect impact, induced impact, and this equals the total economic impact. Mr. Speaker, another factor that our Minister of Finance and the Premier should have taken into account, and that's what's called the value chain that links together the numerous economic spin-off. So I'll repeat that so they understand. It's called the value chain. And this report I will table to make available to the Minister and the Premier and anybody that is sitting in the government side so they can understand that there is literature to be had to analyze how this industry impacts our overall economy in Canada. Then there is another impact, and that's what they define as the tax revenue. And under the tax revenue, that is when they estimate the tax revenue that's generated by the total economic impact across the film and television sector. I know I'm getting a little further into economics, but it is fairly simple when you add those impacts together, and that you see, because of the total income economic impact in our province, you get a tax revenue. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to understand why the Minister of Finance and the Premier and all the members of the Liberal government cannot process this factual information that is readily available. It's quite baffling because it is available. And I will make sure that it's available today by tabling the report when I'm finished here, Mr. Speaker. So here's some numbers, and I'll be throwing out quite a few numbers because that will prove to you, that will prove what this study has discovered. The film and television production, the production of films and television programs in Canada reached an all-time high during 2011-12 fiscal year. That's the last information data we have. $5.9 billion to our Canadian economy. $5.9 billion. I mean, that's an incredible amount of money, Mr. Speaker. So why would we refuse investing and not even actually increasing our investment in a proven industry? This is not an investment, say for example, the $22 million in the bank, the Royal Bank of Canada, and hoping that they will create 500 jobs for that $22 million. And that is on the hope that that will take place. But we already know that the film and television industry, we have the figures. We're not hoping for any certain amount of jobs because we know that the stats are showing us in Nova Scotia that it equates to 2,700 direct jobs, and that's not even talking about the indirect jobs. I know that the Minister of Finance has said several times that is both direct and indirect, but I don't know what, if Haven alone hired 6,000 casual workers to be a part of Haven over the years, how can the minister say that it's 2,700? Once again, her calculator is broken. So, Mr. Speaker, the film and television production generated 52,100 full-time jobs of direct employment in Canada in 2011 and 12. Now, I want you to remember, Mr. Speaker, that is the production side. That's just one side of the industry, the production side. So the production segment has also been a major contributor to employment across Canada. And these aren't figures that I made up over the weekend, Mr. Speaker. Not at all. These are actually figures that were done in an extensive study of the industry by Nordicity. Now, Mr. Speaker, the distribution to Canadian television platforms generated revenue of $714 million in 2011, or 56% of the total distribution industry revenue. So this is what you would call, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, one of those chains of the value of the chain of the industry. So this is another piece to that chain that links together for the industry in Canada and for the economy in Canada. So it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that we know that these are true figures, that there was a lot of research that was done in this particular study, and there's many pages. I believe, actually, Mr. Speaker, it's like 114 pages of this study. So if the Minister and the Premier do not have the information, I will give the 114 pages today. I'll be here for more than my hour, for sure. So another area that this study looked at, they talked about the direct economic impact. And this section of the report talks about the direct impact within each segment, because as I mentioned here, Mr. Speaker, as you've heard, there's a variety of segments to this chain. So picture each of those links that I'm talking about in a chain equals value. And all those links, those chain links, link together for the overall economic value to Canada and, of course, to Nova Scotia. So underemployment, when you take all of it and put it together, earlier I talked about the production part, one of the chains, the production part of the industry was over 52,000 full-time jobs. But if you put it all together, it equates to 108,000 full-time jobs in Canada that has been created in 2011 because of the film and television industry. 108,000. Undisputable numbers, undisputable stats, research, information, and undisputable facts. Then, in this study, they also looked at, Mr. Speaker, what the labor income is and what that means to all of Canada. And so the labor income in Canada from this industry earned in 2011 $6.4 billion. $6.4 billion was earned in Canada because of this industry. And do you know, amazing, listen to this figure. The gross, yes it is, because the gross domestic product, because of the film and television industry in Canada, equaled nearly $10 billion. $10 billion. Why would Nova Scotia not want to be a part of this? Why? Look at the economic value that this is giving to this province and the jobs and the spin-off. It's happening right across Canada, and now we have become one of the least competitive places in all of Canada. Shame. A real shame. So another area that I do not think that either the Premier or the Minister understands, there's an export value to the film and television industry. You know, I heard a lot of talk about, oh, I don't like the way the credit is because of the dollars going outside. Well, what wasn't understood there was these major corporations, these companies like Disney and etc., they're big for a reason. They're international, and they come to our province, and they hire Nova Scotian production companies who hire Nova Scotians. It's not a difficult formula. There's also exports involved in this industry. The film and television sector generated $2.4 billion worth of exports in Canada in 2011. So, Mr. Speaker, I will continue. I talked about the different chains, and I know it's confusing because there's a lot of figures that are being thrown out by me this evening, but as I said, I have it all here in writing. It's in black and white that can be read by the Minister and the Premier and every member of the Liberal government. And when you add up all the chains in employment, I talked about the production part segment of the industry and how many people are employed with that. I talked about another part of the industry and how many people. So when you put plus by plus by plus, it equals the film and television sector supported 2,662,000 full-time jobs across the Canadian economy in 2011. Like, why? I guess the question is, why would we not support an industry that creates that many jobs? So, Mr. Speaker, those jobs, I bet you no one can even guess how much they generated in labour income for Canada. Those jobs created $12.8 billion in labour income in 2011 in Canada. $12.8 billion. I'm just baffled. I'm baffled of how anyone cannot gather this kind of information before they make a major decision that cuts through the lives of so many people.
We don't need those jobs here, though. They should go somewhere else.
That must, you know, I mean, the Ivany report was the report now or never. Well, for some reason, this government picked never. Because the Ivany report says embrace what you do the best. Embrace what you have locally. Don't try to find a magic solution. We've got it. We have it in tourism. We have it in the creative industry. So why are we not embracing it? Why are we chasing it away? So the film and television sector generated over $20 billion in gross domestic product in Canada in 2011. Tax revenue. The economic activity stimulated by the film and television sector generated nearly $5.5 billion in tax revenue for governments in Canada. I think that when we're finished, we should just do a little pop quiz, Mr. Speaker, to see whether or not people are paying attention and taking this all in, because I know it's overwhelming. And you know why it's overwhelming? Because the industry is overwhelming. The industry is overwhelming. It creates jobs. It creates sustainability. It opens the doors to rural Nova Scotia. It helps every age group in our society. But no, we're not embracing it. We're chasing it away. Interesting enough, in the area of computer animation expenditures in Canada were estimated at $200 million in 2011. This report, the 114-page report, it goes on, and it goes on, and it goes on with facts. Infrastructure. One area that I know that Screen Nova Scotia came to the Economic Development Committee. And at that time, that wasn't too long ago. And of course, that was before this devastating budget. And they came to that committee, ironically, with the hope that this government may support a soundstage. Boy, were they ever wrong. They weren't supporting a soundstage, they weren't even supporting their industry. The infrastructure. So for those provinces that are enlightened to the reality of the importance of this industry and that invest it into this new soundstage, generated 450 to 650 full-time jobs and employment just around those sound stages, and also increase their competitiveness. And that's what we've been saying about Alberta. You know, the minister and the premier has been trying to draw a comparison to, oh yeah, we're okay, we're like Alberta. Well, we're not like Alberta, because Alberta doesn't have a sales tax. Alberta invested in a huge sound stage. Alberta is more competitive than Nova Scotia. Here we have a government that creates a Department of Business, and I'm thinking, wow, that's great. A Department of Business. They can see the light of how important it is to invest in business. And then we have the film and tax industry on the other side, or the film and television industry, that runs like a business, does everything a business should, creates jobs, stimulates the economy. What are we doing? We're chasing them away. Another factor in this report, Mr. Speaker, that this government has not even considered. Well, they didn't even consider any of the facts that I've brought up earlier, obviously, because they wouldn't make the decision that they made. But there's another part of that value chain that I'm talking about. There's another link. It's called tourism. And there's a variety of types of tourism that is associated with the film and television industry. A little lesson in these tourism sectors, it's called the film location tourism. So this is the form of film-induced tourism that is most directly linked to the content of a film. So that's where visitors are attracted to a destination or attraction specifically to visit the location where a film or television show was filmed. Well, I've seen that in my home village of Chester and in Chester St. Margaret's, where people come to see where Haven was filmed. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, Haven utilized a building in Chester and fixed it all up, and it was part of the show, and it was the Haven Herald. And they left that there. And I find it so sad when I'm home and I drive on Queen Street and I drive by that building and I look and I see in the window they've got painted Haven Herald, and knowing that it's gone. It's gone. There's not going to be another summer. This summer is not going to have the vibrancy that I've seen over the years in Chester, and the people are all excited about the fact that the Haven is being filmed. I drove by our rink complex the other day. The only thing I saw was dust in the driveway. There's no production trucks like I saw other summers. They used to totally pack the parking lot at the rink complex. And you'd see the Haven police cars there, and you would see where the makeup artists, their places and their production cubes that they would go in. It's nothing. It's like a desert. There's nobody there. Thank you very much to the Liberal government. And another type of tourism, I've seen this one in Chester too, it's called celebrity tourism. This is similar to location tourism. It's the form of tourism that revolves around tourists who travel all over the world to be able to spot the celebrity that they love. And that's not out of whack, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, because I know people in this House that have traveled to go to locations where there's celebrities, or traveled long distances to see a band perform. I've done it myself. I know it wasn't one of the things on my husband's bucket list was to see the Eagles, so I surprised him with a trip a couple years ago to Montreal to see the Eagles. Do you know what we probably spent on that few-day trip to go see the Eagles? That happens all the time, Mr. Speaker. And that's a part of tourism that unfortunately this government are not seeing. They do not understand. There's also film-induced destination tourism, and that's so you pick your destination where you'd like to take your family to see because you know a particular show was produced there. I received a letter from a family from Ontario that came specifically to Chester to see where Haven was filmed. And they loved it so much last summer that they plan to come back this summer. And unfortunately, they're going to come back to nothing. Thank you very much to the Liberal government. Then there's film setting tourism. And this is, according to Dr. Simon Hudson, Director and Endowed Chair, Center of Economic Excellence in Tourism and Economic Development, University of South Carolina, in many cases, both the intended setting, if it is a real place, of a film or television program can benefit from the film-induced tourism related to that production and the film location, which has stood in for during its production. So once again, it's a part of a tourism segment of this chain I'm talking about and the money that it creates in the local economy and from people from around the world. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the film and the value chain, as I've been talking about, it talks in this report about how the rapid evolution is happening with that. Because this industry is really taking off. And it's due to not just because of television, not just because of film, it's our computer technology, the ability for us to turn on our iPad and hook up to Netflix. And in speaking about Netflix, I found it very interesting when I was looking through Netflix that I saw the Trailer Park Boys, and what was there in the promotional part of that? Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia. Do you know what value that is when people around the world click on Netflix and then click on Trailer Park Boys and our province name is there? You know, that is extraordinarily value in terms of dollars. So, Mr. Speaker, just I know there was a lot of information here, so I want to summarize what I've been talking about. And as I said, I will provide this to the members of the Liberal government so they can have a read of it and understand just the value and the impact that this industry and the creative industry, let's not forget about that. We have the film and television industry, but who are we in Nova Scotia? Who are we? We're creative people. That's what we talk about. That's what we advertise about our culture, about our heritage, who we are, the music, the kitchen parties, the talent. What are we doing? Chasing it away? My goodness, Mr. Speaker, does not make sense. The only thing I can think of at the end of the day, the last film the industry will be able to do in this province is this whole government's decision of first making a conscious effort to tell people of Nova Scotia and the industry that they support them till 2020, and that to get in, we've had many of those promises that were broken, and then it's a whole different story. So that'll be the legacy. You know, that will be the legacy. Yes, my colleague beside me said it's actually will be, you know how they put the films under different sections? You know, this one will be under the horror film section when you flip onto Netflix. Yes, and that will be a problem. My colleagues are right on the ball tonight because they just told me that won't even be filmed here, probably be filmed in Alberta. So, yeah. I've actually heard there is a community now that's been identified in Manitoba as the former Chester. Yeah. Do you know how awful that feels to us here in Chester and in Nova Scotia? Yeah, they've already picked out where they're going to film. And that's the one thing that the minister and the premier does not seem to understand. This is not a turnaround in a minute type of industry, Mr. Speaker. This is an industry that takes time and years to plan. It's no different than you have a Department of Business. What do businesses do? They just don't turn the key to their business and open the doors all in a couple weeks. It takes years of planning. It takes a business plan. It takes investment. It takes time. We all have heard of the fact that they usually say it takes a good 5 years for a business to get up and running when they're looking at their books, whether they will be able to be sustainable and survive. So why aren't we giving the film and television and the creative industry the same support or the same, philosophy as business and how businesses operate? This is a business, because a business creates jobs. A business that I've just stood here and I talked about in Canada alone. And this study is readily available. And shame on the government for not doing any research. Shame on the government for not talking to people that are in the industry. Would any cabinet minister want somebody else tell them what to do and assume that they know what they do for a living? No, nobody would want that in anything. You want to hear from the people that live and breathe it and experience every day. And shame on anybody that makes a decision that affects so many lives in a negative way with not even giving them the courtesy to talk, the courtesy to consult, and the courtesy to research the information that's readily available. If myself as an MLA can click on the internet on the weekend and get a report that's 114 pages, that's where I got it. I didn't go to any kind of magical film and television industry guru. I went on the internet and got the report. So, it's easily defined. And it has lists and lists and lists of the research data and where it came from and how it was done, the methodology of the research paper. It's no fly-by-night research paper, I will tell you that. So when you look at the industry in the province of Nova Scotia, and you look at the industry in Canada and what it means, in Canada, to summarize the report, 262,700 full-time jobs were created in 2011. $12.8 billion in labor income. $20.4 billion in GDP for the Canadian economy. It generated a significant tax revenue on top of that for both federal and provincial governments. And the total impact of the film and television sector generated an estimated $5.5 billion in personal income, corporate income, consumption, and property taxes in Canada. Boy, if somebody had the solution to our problem in Nova Scotia with our economy, and especially now, Mr. Speaker, where the Canadian dollar is having a struggle, that means this industry is even more attractive. More attractive. So everything is lined up for Nova Scotia, just like the Ivany report said. It's all lined up. And what are we doing? Chasing it away. I know it is not easy to be in cabinet. I know it is not easy to make financial decisions. But I do know what is easy is to research. It's easy to research. It's at a touch of a computer button. It's easy to take that research information, Mr. Speaker, and do a financial analysis on it. And it's easy, Mr. Speaker, they add 2 and 2 together to equal a fabulous industry as the film and television industry and what it puts back into our economy. It is not that tough. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I do want to, my final words will actually be the final words of a dear friend of mine who's a constituent, and that's John Dunsworth. And most of you I know that John Dunsworth is a superb gentleman, a superb actor, and an ambassador for Nova Scotia. And he is Mr. Leahy from the Trailer Park Boys. And he's actually the mysterious reporter from Haven, or what used to be Haven, Dave Teagues. And he asked me today, because he's been at both rallies, and he's very, very, very upset. He just cannot believe it. And he said, would you ask the government something, Denise? And I said, what? And he just can't figure it out. He said, no, don't ask them, tell them. And I said, what? He says that this entire situation is just so obtruse that he cannot believe this is happening in Nova Scotia. So I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the members in the government go to their dictionary and see what the word obtuse means. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to speak for a long period of time, but I do want to say a few words about this bill. And I guess the first thing I want to say is that I am in total agreement with this hoist motion on Bill 108 to put it off for 6 months, to allow people to look at this again and take a sober second thought. When I think of this government's actions with this bill, with this budget, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but come up with the word disappointed. And nobody has to look that up in the dictionary. They already know what it means. You know, Mr. Speaker, it appears that there was no real plan when it came to this whole idea of doing away with the tax credit for the film industry. There was no real plan, and now they're moving forward in a way that there's still not a map on how we're going to achieve what they say can be achieved. I worry, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure a lot of Nova Scotians worry, what other programs do they have no plan for if they can't figure out something like this? We talked and we hear time and time again about the fact that we sat down and we talked to the industry. But that was only after the industry made a lot of noise, Mr. Speaker. And the government then decided, well, we better talk to them. Wouldn't that be to you, Mr. Speaker, if you were thinking about it, a realization that they knew that there was something wrong with their plan if they have to revisit it after it had begun? And not only did they have to revisit it, but they had to do it on several occasions. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it's ironic in the world that I live in that they would do that, and they would say, well, we're in talks with the industry. We're having some discussions and we're having some talks. And then if you listen to the industry, they were saying, well, no, it's not talks. They're coming in and they're telling us what we're going to get, how it's going to be done. And Mr. Speaker, that isn't discussion, that isn't compromise, that is dictatorship. Mr. Speaker, government says they're listening. Well, I think that's wrong. I don't think they're listening at all. Somewhere along the way, there's been a lot of poor facts brought out in front of this whole situation. They give out information and then the next day they have to change it on their website because it's not correct and it was inaccurate and it's not fair. And people are wondering, what is the real story? And that's why putting this bill off for 6 months makes sense. Makes sense to make sure that people have an opportunity to really talk and really find out what the right path to take for. And as I said earlier, if indeed there is no plan for this, how do we know what the plan is for everything else? I worry about the demise of rural Nova Scotia. I worry about how we're seeing offices close in rural areas. We're seeing courthouses closed in rural areas. And it's all a result of this government's plan, which again, nobody's been able to convince us that they really have a plan. I worry, Mr. Speaker, about the raise in 1,400 user fees to making it harder and harder for people to live in rural Nova Scotia, to make it harder and almost impossible for people to use the ferry system. You know, the government says, well, it doesn't get back enough money, and we need to make sure that we reclaim the money. But the ferry system is just as much a part of the highway as a bridge is for us. Why don't we just take the bridges out of here, out of Halifax? They're going to spend $150 million on the McDonald Bridge. Why don't we take that out? We can always drive around through Bedford and get to the other side of the harbour. That seems reasonable. If you have to do it in other places, why don't you have to do that here? Because that's the logic the government is using when they talk about ferries, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, rural Nova Scotia is what built this province. It is what made this province so strong. The people who live in rural Nova Scotia deserve better. They deserve a good plan from this government, and we don't see it in the actions that they are taking. Mr. Speaker, I worry about home care in rural Nova Scotia. Now, the government says, no, we're not going to do that. Yet they gathered all the agencies together and showed them the RFP that they're putting out to talk about it. Well, if you went through all the trouble of doing an RFP, it's probably the route that you're going to take. And time again, the Minister of Health has been questioned in this House about the standards of care that people would get. And he's declined to say what the standards are going to be. Time and time again. And Mr. Speaker, the people who get home care deserve no less quality in home care after this RFP goes out than they're getting now. And it's a simple statement that could be made by the minister, but no, he keeps on tap dancing around it. But we worry about that. And Mr. Speaker, it's more evidence that this government doesn't have a real plan, and it's more reason why this bill should be left for 6 months in order for us to make sure that the people of Nova Scotia are being treated fairly. You know, Mr. Speaker, earlier today, the Premier said no more changes. It's going ahead the way it is. Well, if he's that confident on that, if Mr. Premier is that confident on what he is doing and what he is saying, then I would challenge him to make it a free vote on this hoist motion. Because if he made it a free vote and let the backbenchers speak as they feel and as the people that they represent have told them, I would have to think that just maybe, if they're listening to their constituents, that this bill would go no farther. It would be hoisted for 6 months. So if he's so confident in what he's doing, give it an open and free vote, and let's see where it really lies. But no, that'll never happen. Mr. Speaker, you know, there was a former Premier of this province who did a very good job in leading the province, and he had a saying. And that saying was, Mr. Speaker, it's never the wrong time to do the right thing. And I urge this government to do the right thing for people from the rural parts of Nova Scotia, for people in the film industry, and for the people that gave us the honour to sit in this House and do the right thing. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the former Speaker for saying a few words on this motion that my leader brought forward. And as I heard from the previous Speaker in his caucus, that they do support this, as we did support their motion earlier today. It's important to recognize, I think, the ability to support the initiatives that you bring forward as an MLA, as a caucus, as a government. Mr. Speaker. And this motion, I believe, will allow for all the MLAs here, not just government MLAs, but all MLAs, to have the ability to go back to the constituents that we represent and really have a good consultation and find out what they're saying about the implications of this piece of legislation and the budget overall. We, of course, live and breathe this process for the time that we're here in the legislature. We know the ins and outs, but most Nova Scotians do not, Mr. Speaker. Most Nova Scotians are working hard to raise their family. They're working hard to find employment. They're working hard to keep employment. They're working hard to provide for themselves and others. They don't live and breathe the environment and the politics of this budget and the process of approving a budget for the province. And we've heard from a lot of them, though, new people that I have not seen in almost the 12 years that I've been in this legislature, who came to law amendments, who rallied around this legislature. Thousands, Mr. Speaker. And that tells a lot about the direction and what the implications are of a budget. So I think if government wanted the opportunity to really hear from their constituents, they would support this motion. They would step back for a moment, well, for a few moments, 6 months, and consult with their constituents. Because, Mr. Speaker, as a new government, it's often said that their first budget is a buy. That, you know, your first budget as a new government, Nova Scotians, you know, any jurisdiction, will allow that government to get their feet under them, to move forward and figure out what their new role is as a elected government. So now we're on the second budget for the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. This is their mandate. This is their budget. This is a budget that they will need to defend in every community across this province, in every community that elected a Liberal MLA, Mr. Speaker. So I think the importance of making sure that you represent the people who put you in this chamber, in this legislative chamber, is extremely important. And as I said, we've heard from people that I haven't heard from in the 12 years that I've been here. And one of those individuals made an impression on me. I'm not a member of the Law Amendments Committee, but we cycle through to give our members a little break because if you don't recall, but there was a lot of presentations in law amendments. A lot of those people who normally don't come down to the legislature felt compelled to go into legislature or into the Red Room and present, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard a lot about the film tax credit, but we heard from many, many people on all kinds of things with this budget. But the one individual who really left an impression on me, and I would hope that it left an impression on the other members of Law Amendments at the time, was 11-year-old girl, Sienna Dickey. 11 years old. Came down, felt compelled to come down to the legislature and present to a committee that I can't imagine being 11 years old sitting in front of trying to go against what the government is proposing. 11 years old, Mr. Speaker. And she spoke passionately, not from notes, not reading it like this. She did have notes in front of her, but she rarely looked down at it. It was because she knew exactly what was going to happen if the legislation that she came to Law Amendments to talk about was passed and is passed, how it will affect her. She's a young actor who spoke about getting her first big role here in Nova Scotia and meeting some of her idols here in Nova Scotia, not in Hollywood, not in New York, not in London, here in Nova Scotia, because that production was here. And she spoke about the impact on her family and on her friends and on the industry. 11 years old, talking about the impact of on the industry if this legislation went through. And I was amazed by that. I have a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old home, and I don't even think they would come now, even though they're well-versed in the political world and they've been brought up in being aware and educating themselves. So I give a lot to Sienna's mom, and her younger brother was there, who came in front of the law amendments to try to get across to the government the impact of the legislation in front of us. And that, of course, is Bill 108. That's why I think it's important that each and every member here recognize, and no secret, Mr. Speaker, I'm not voting for Bill 108. I'm voting for this amendment, this motion. I'm not voting for Bill 108. I'm not going to own that because I disagree with it, and it's not just because of the film industry, film tax credit, Mr. Speaker. There's a number of things that I'll talk about why I feel that way. But every single Liberal MLA will have to defend it, Mr. Speaker, when they go back to their constituents, when they run across people who will be affected because of this budget. I'm amazed by the sheer number of people who work within the film and television and animation industry in Sackville-Cobequid. New people I've met who never brought that up to me before. So I know they're in every community across this province, Mr. Speaker. There are thousands of people who work in that industry. They may not be full-time. They may not be an actor, but maybe they're a carpenter. Maybe they provide food service. Maybe they provide rentals, equipment, artwork. It's unbelievable the impact of that industry has, Mr. Speaker, on our economy here in the province. And I think the government didn't recognize that impact, and that's why we've seen so many people come through law amendments, so many people come around this legislature talking about the impact, and that's why an 11-year-old girl, Sienna Dickey, came to law amendments to try to get across to the members, the government members. I'm not going to assume the Conservatives are voting against Bill 108, but I think they probably are. But it's not just about the film tax credit, even though that's a huge component that I think will have a negative effect, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about some of the other things that we've seen that we had to draw out through the budgetary process. The government sure didn't go out and tell organizations very loudly and proudly that they were going to cut many of them, Mr. Speaker, especially in health care and in mental health. I spoke at length and a number of times on one of those organizations, the Eating Disorder Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. This is a small group being cut $11,000 who support young people, all ages here in Nova Scotia, but mostly young people, mostly women with eating disorder. Mr. Speaker, $11,000 is really going to hurt that organization. And I know when I asked the Minister of Health about that, he had indicated, well, people can go to the IWK. There's an eating disorder clinic there, and there is, Mr. Speaker. But lo and behold, a few days later, and I think it's when somebody heard the comments from the minister, that even that clinic is being cut. That clinic is reducing, Mr. Speaker, 3 days a week down to 2 days a week. If that's not a cut, I don't know what is. The Minister of Health thinks it's going to be fine. If you have an eating disorder, you can show up on a Tuesday and a Thursday, but don't show up on a Monday and a Wednesday. That's a cut, Mr. Speaker, if you're not open 3 days a week and you go to 2 days a week. There is an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to support people with eating disorder, and the government has cut it. The Minister of Health has cut it, Mr. Speaker. $11,000 from an eating disorder, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid has the floor.
So the minister says the psychologist is retiring and they're not replacing her. That's not a cut. Okay, understood. Understood. They're replacing her 0.5%, I believe, Mr. Speaker, from 100%. Anyways, I'm very comfortable in going out into my community and talking to people with an eating disorder on where I stand on the cuts in this budget. I hope the Minister of Health is going to be the same when he goes out, Mr. Speaker. The Alzheimer's Society, Canadian Mental Health Association, Mr. Speaker, the Schizophrenia Association. These groups depend on a small amount of money from the government, a small amount when you look at the $4.1 billion budget. $11,000, $6,000, Mr. Speaker. What is that in the overall picture? That was a decision the government made. I understand that. I respect that. But they're going to have to defend that, Mr. Speaker. We heard about some of the impact in rural Nova Scotia around closing visitors' information centres, Mr. Speaker. I know one community is backfilling it. The municipality, I believe fundraising, people are going to volunteer instead of getting paid so that they could keep a visitor information centre in their community because they know how important it is. Yes, we know there's technological changes where people go onto websites and on your smartphone, but people do go in to these facilities, Mr. Speaker. We've seen cuts to satellite offices for courts, Mr. Speaker. We've seen children's services in rural communities. These are all rural communities being affected. We just heard, I believe the leader of the PC party mentioned earlier today about the 3,200 job losses in the last year in Nova Scotia, and then you start adding up some of the cuts. There are even more, Mr. Speaker, and many of these jobs are in rural communities, which are struggling, Mr. Speaker. And one of the areas where we're going to hear about soon is around healthcare and the new health authority, Mr. Speaker. Their business plan is not approved yet, and in that business plan will be cuts. There are mitigations currently are probably on the minister's desk right now, waiting for approval. And those mitigations will have an impact on healthcare services in every community across Nova Scotia. And the minister can't hide from that. That's going to happen soon, probably in the next week or two. Unfortunately, we won't be in session so that we can ask questions, but I can tell you, we're not going to sit back. We're going to continue to try to pressure the government to do the right things when it comes to these mitigations. We don't know what they are, and that's kind of been the theme. The bad news that has come out of this session had to be kind of looked at and found by opposition members. And as we went through that process, the budgetary process, the estimates, the passing of the bill, and then of course through the FMA that is before us now, we're learning more and more each day how bad it is and how bad this budget will be for Nova Scotians. That's why we're not supporting it. That's why we have a motion right now to defer it for 6 months, Mr. Speaker, so that the government can really, truly understand the implications of this budget. So I like the member's suggestion right before me that there's a free vote here, Mr. Speaker. We're going to vote on this motion in a few minutes. I hope members across the way recognize that they will have to defend this budget. They will have to own this budget. They will have to discuss with people in the film industry, people in healthcare, people who lost jobs, regular Nova Scotians who will be impacted by the decisions of this government over the next number of months, Mr. Speaker. So I hope they understand that fully, and that's why we've moved this motion, and I hope we get support from the members of this Assembly.
The motion is that Bill 108, the Financial Measures Act, be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following therefore. Bill 108, an act respecting certain financial measures, be not now read a third time, but that it be read a third time this day, 6 months hence. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? There's been a call for a recorded vote. We'll ring the bells for 10 minutes or until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. We'll get ready for the recorded vote on the amendment to Bill 108, the Financial Measures Act 2013. The amendment is, once again, to delete all the words after the word that and substituting the following therefore. Bill 108, an act respecting certain financial measures, being now not read a third time, but that it be read a third time this day, 6 months hence. The clerks will now conduct the recorded vote.
Mr. Colwell.
No.
Mr. Churchill.
Nay.
Ms. Bernard.
No.
Ms. Regan.
No.
Monsieur Sanson.
No.
Mr. McNeil.
No.
Ms. Whalen.
No.
Mr. Glavine.
No.
Ms. Casey.
No.
Mr. McClellan.
No.
Ms. Metledge-Diab.
No.
Mr. Fury.
No.
Mr. Younger.
No.
Mr. Horn.
No.
Mr. Hines.
No.
Mr. Stroink.
No.
Ms. Arab.
No.
Mr. Delory.
No.
Mr. Koutsoulis. Mr. Ince.
No.
Mr. Farrell.
No.
Mr. Gordon Wilson. Mr. Rankin.
No.
Ms. Miller. Mr. McGuire.
No.
Ms. Eiking.
No.
Ms. Lones-Croft.
No.
Ms. Treen.
No.
Mr. Goff.
No.
Mr. Jessam.
No.
Mr. Irving.
No.
Mr. McLeod.
Yes.
Mr. McMaster.
Yes.
Mr. Dunn.
Yes.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Oui.
Mr. David Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. McDonald.
Yes.
Mr. Beliveau.
Yes.
Ms. Zann.
Yes.
Ms. Peterson-Rafuse.
Yes.
Mr. Orrell.
Yes.
Ms. McFarland. Mr. Houston.
Yes.
Mr. Porter. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Lohr.
Yes.
Those in favor of the motion, 14. Those against the motion, 28.
The motion is defeated. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I misspoke. I rise on a point of privileges in accordance with Rule 29.1 of the Rule Book. Mr. Speaker, I believe the privileges of all members of this House have been violated today by the Premier, who outside this chamber made it very clear that the government is not interested in any changes that have been proposed here, both by our caucus and by the NDP, with regard to the film tax credit and the third reading bill that is now before us. Mr. Speaker, that statement made outside this House assumed the votes of all members of this House, including on motions that had not even been put. It's clearly a violation of the privilege of the members on the government side, whose votes were basically ordered, but it's also a violation of our privileges, Mr. Speaker, as we have every right to bring motions and amendments to this House and have a reasonable expectation that they will be considered. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a sad way to end debate on such an important bill, to have it predetermined like this, and I'd ask that you take that into consideration and rule in favor of our raising this issue as a breach of privilege, because, Mr. Speaker, this is no way to end a session of the legislature.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I've been here for 17 years and I've yet to hear such a point of privilege before. Speaker, we live in a democracy. Every member of this House has the right to speak freely. We have had recorded votes where each member has been able to stand and to vote as they wish in a free and democratic society. That is what our whole foundation is built upon. Regardless of whatever comments anyone makes, we are all duly elected to this legislature, and we stand here freely and vote as we wish in this House. The suggestion by the Leader of the Opposition that somehow the Premier's comments to the press would have had any way an impact on the proceedings. Both opposition parties have had the chance to bring in motions, amendment motions on this debate. They have debated them. They have been voted on. Recorded votes where each member has voted as they wished, and it's been recorded in Hansard now as to how they have voted. The system has worked as the system should work. And Mr. Speaker, there are so many countries that would only wish to have the democracy that we're so fortunate to have here.
I'll take the point of privilege under advisement and come back to the House with my decision. If I'm recognized, the Honourable Minister of Finance will be to close third reading of Bill number 108, the Financial Measures Act of 2015.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to rise to close debate today on Bill 108, the Financial Measures Act for 2015. Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to say a great deal this evening on it, but there's a few things that I would like to respond to, and perhaps correct a few things that we've heard from the opposition about the bill before us. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, the budget of this year has been a difficult budget. It's got tough choices in it. On Budget Day, I'd like to remind people in the House that on Budget Day, over 300 FTEs were eliminated from government, and over 100 people got their notices that day to go home from work in the civil service. That was a tough thing to do, and the members opposite, who ran a sloppy ship when they were in charge of the money, should be ashamed of themselves for going on about the fact that they say today there is no trouble in the province of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, just to remind, in 2013, the members opposite, and in fact the finance minister of the day sits opposite, brought in a budget with a $16 million surplus. And then they went to election, and when that year was wrapped up last summer and the public accounts were tabled, it was over $678 million. And Mr. Speaker, the member from Chester St. Margaret says it all comes from the pension plan. If she knew anything about money, she'd know $300 million came from the pension plan.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
I have sat here for many hours and I have listened to a lot of wrong numbers, and I don't want to have a battle with the others with numbers. I told you they started the year at $16 million and they ended at $678 million in the hole. And Mr. Speaker, the first budget we brought in was almost $300 million in the negative. This year's budget is $200 million better. It's $97 million in the hole, and we're working our way to a balanced budget next year. And Mr. Speaker, they love to talk about the Ivany Report. Well, the Ivany Report says clearly the evidence is convincing that Nova Scotia hovers now on the brink of an extended period of decline. Two independent factors, an aging and shrinking population and low rates of economic growth, mean our economy today is barely able to support our current standard of living and public services. Now, isn't that great? Those are the backdrops. Mr. Speaker, those are the backdrops to this budget. It's a budget with tough decisions. It affected every corner of the province, and some members opposite were wise to talk about other aspects of the budget that affect every corner of the province, including HRM. And Mr. Speaker, the only way you can get to a balanced budget and deal with our $15 billion debt is to get balanced and stop adding to the debt. That's where we're at. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know as well about the wage increases. It was kind of astounding to hear the former finance minister talk about the great $380 million extra we have because of their HST increase. But regardless of the HST increase, they didn't come anywhere near balancing the budget. That money was captured in 2009 or 10, and it hasn't made a difference, Mr. Speaker, and that was the easy choice to make. Raising the HST, raising taxes, those are the easy choices. Mr. Speaker, this is not an easy choice. bringing in tough budgets, making cuts, hurting people's livelihoods that work for the government and others. These are not easy choices. But, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot of things that are untrue. Number one is that all of us in this House and every member on this bench believe very much in the creative economy. They want to see an active creative economy here. Mr. Speaker, this is the fun they have, jeering and making noise. I'd love that. But, Mr. Speaker, there are some facts that are erroneous that I would like to correct. We have heard time and time again about how this is a growing industry. But, Mr. Speaker, the figures are clear, and I'd like to table a chart. In 2000, this industry was valued at $120 million. When the credit was first introduced, and it was only 30% of labor with a 15% production cap introduced in 1994, at that rate, even then, there was a good increase in the industry. From 1994 to 2000, it hit $120 million. But, Mr. Speaker, the sad truth is today it is also $120 million. So it hasn't grown. Mr. Speaker, the chart is clear. It's gone up a little in some years and down a little in some years. But, Mr. Speaker, in order to maintain—
Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, these figures come from the Canadian Media Production Association Profile 2014. These are not figures from the Department of Finance. Just so you know, they come from the Canadian Media Production Association. And they show exactly the growth, and it has gone up and down, the high of about $150 million one year, down again below $100 million. But, you know, we're holding our own. I'll give you that. We're holding our own. But, Mr. Speaker, during the same period of time, and I would love to point this out, during the same period of time, I said we began with a 30% labor tax credit. It rose in 2008, and again in 2000, in 2005. In 2007, we jumped to 50% with the two extras, the 10% for out of metro and the extra frequent filming. The maximum allowed per production went up from 15 to 25%, and under the NDP watch, the cap was removed completely, and there was nothing at all to restrain the costs of that program. Now, Mr. Speaker, despite that increase up to $27.4 million in 2014, we were spending 3 times as much and getting the same amount of production activity. To correct the member from Chester St. Margaret as well, it's 2,700 direct and indirect jobs, information coming from the Canadian Media Production Association. And, Mr. Speaker, the percentage of our industry, and I wish it were otherwise, I wish it were 10 times this. Our percent of industry this year, after all of that extra support— oh, I should say one other thing, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. If you add up the support for the last 10 years alone, the amount of money spent on film production and animation, it is almost $200 million in 10 years, $198 million, and the sustainability is— yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, the spin-offs I'd love to speak to.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
So, Mr. Speaker, what we were saying was that when you look back to 2000, when there had been a big increase in the industry from its birth in 1994, we're up to 2.6% of the Canadian market for film. This year, 2.08% is our share. Mr. Speaker, we have talked about some other provinces. The member from Chester was talking about the national picture. 93% of the film industry is in Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia. So that's what it is not growing. It is not growing, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to simply table this document. Mr. Speaker, on another matter, on the question of NSBI, well, Mr. Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves, and I'd be happy to table these. Exactly. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, on the question of NSBI's availability to respond to the business needs, the Minister of Business had told me earlier today that NSBI had received 85 calls on film-related matters, and at this time there are only 4 unresolved calls at this time. So I think they're doing very well at NSBI. Mr. Speaker, the important thing to note is that in a difficult time, when the province is in a difficult situation, there are no easy choices. There are no easy ways to raise taxes. The Conservatives tell us all the time,
Order,
balance the budget.
please. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor. I'd respectfully ask the Honourable Member for Chester St. Margaret's to reserve her comments further. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, I think that's important about what was said there. I'd like to just say one quick thing about the Pricewaterhouse report that was released today, and it's really important for people to know. It has a whole list of restrictions and qualifications. It says we have not conducted an audit or a review, nor sought external verification unless otherwise noted, and of the information cited here from public sources or interviews with industry participants. We accept no responsibility or liability for any losses occasioned as a result of this report. They say time and time again in this few pages that there could be other information they're not aware of. This is very preliminary and sort of wait and see. So, Mr. Speaker, I think to be fair, this is really not reliable at this point in time, and unless they come and speak to the Department of Finance and look at the records that we have at the Department of Finance, I don't think it will ever be accurate. So I hope that there will be collaboration in working together to get the right information and not just hearsay and not just assumptions. And Mr. Speaker, I attended one of the 2-hour meetings with the industry when we began our discussions with them post-budget, the first one, and it was said that that was done in haste. Mr. Speaker, that was a promise made 2 weeks before the budget, that we would sit down after the budget was tabled and we would talk, and we did, the Tuesday after the Thursday budget. At that 2-hour meeting, the industry themselves put up figures suggesting that there was $17 million in tax revenue. Well, that's great because that's 3 times what we estimate, but Mr. Speaker, even with that number, it doesn't come close to the $24 million that we put out. So it doesn't compensate. So, Mr. Speaker, I just mentioned that because even the industry figures, we're not compensating. We don't offer support to industries that aren't at least on par. Now, going back in time, the Nordicity report in 2004 said it was roughly a wash. It was on par. But, Mr. Speaker, all you have to do is look at what the level of support was. It was 30% at the time. So that's very good, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, about 80% of our support for the arts goes to film and digital. I often wonder, what about live theatre? What about the visual arts? What about people who do sound recording, publishing, authors? What about them? Well, there's been one voice. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, that's what government should be doing. And I would like to say that there's no question government accepts and understands that the film industry and animation industry require support. We do understand there should be support, and we agree with that. And the most important thing that I probably have learned was the interrelationship between all the other arts and film. So given that, we have in place a $10 million fund, which will be for the following year. This year, we have $24 million still in place to support all film activity. And in the following year, there'll be a new fund for digital media, digital animation under the Digital Media Fund. There's $10 million still in place for film industry. Mr. Speaker, there are many industries in this province that would be delighted to have a $10 million fund for their support. I'm afraid that is generous. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the budget in general, and the main thing that I have to tell you is that the budget points out very clearly that we have tough choices to make, and we have made them, and that we are not a province that can afford to have the richest tax credit for an industry, more than any other province in the country. Mr. Speaker, the cost to it is too great. It costs our people. It means everybody pays higher taxes. It means nobody else can get the help they need. Mr. Speaker, the important thing to know is we make choices here. And I have to tell you, as Finance Minister, my job is to help look after the education issues, the health issues, the other pressing issues, and we don't have enough money. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the important thing is that there is no way government can be all things to all people, and there is no way we can continue to do the same things the way they've been done and continue to expect something different to happen. We are on a path to a balanced budget. We have taken some tough choices for many industries, for many places. We know that. We know it's hard on people, and we want everybody to pull together, and that's what I'm hearing from the Nova Scotians I talk to. They're telling me, do what you're doing. Keep on going. that we're on the right path, and that is what we need to keep focused on. And Mr. Speaker, again, the support is there for many industries. This industry is receiving a good amount of support. The $10 million is for the year hence, not for this year. This year it's as it was. And so, Mr. Speaker, with that, I would like to just close debate on third reading.
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As on a point of order, I was just wondering, there was a point of privilege put before the House. Before we get into the vote, which will be the last vote of this session, I'm just wondering when you might be coming up with the decision on that point of privilege.
I'll just consult with my clerk for 2 minutes here. Order, please. On the matter of the point of privilege, after consulting with the clerk and considering comments from both sides of the House, it's my interpretation that the Premier earlier in the media scrum was merely stating his position and his government's position, but there was no comments made as to how he was instructing anybody to vote. The Honourable Government's House Leader's comments about democracy are well taken, and that it's my understanding that any member in this House is free to vote whichever way they would like. So therefore, I don't see any point of privilege. So the motion on the floor is for third reading of Bill number 108, the Financial Measures Act of 2015. Would all those in favor of the motion? There's been a call for a recorded vote. We will ring the bells for 1 hour. House will resume at 8:29.